I'm still doing some tests, and Twitter's not going to work over here. Anyway, I'm going live directly on Twitter, so I'm doing two at once. Hello, everybody. I'm JoeHart. I'm a person with disabilities, primarily invisible disabilities. Sorry, I'm keep switching around. I might try to move the. I'm evolving. So. So that's just a little less. So anyway, I'm trying to do a lot of streams this weekend. There's a lot of motorsports going on. It's Formula One's opening weekend, which is what this one's about. This stream is about FreePractice2. The broadcast on ESPN2 starts at 9:55, and then the cars actually get on the track at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's in Bahrain, and that's 8 hours ahead. So I'm converting it to my local time, Eastern Standard Time. So that will be from 10 to 11. Yeah, if anybody has any questions or comments, or if you have a team that you follow, if you have, things like that, cool. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So, anyway, sorry, I'm still working. I'm always working on stuff. I don't want to be perfect. I've been getting some constructive criticism recently that has been not real easy for me to hear and deal with and handle and stuff. But it appears most of the feedback is for me to appear perfect. And that is not what I want to do. I don't want to be appear perfect. I want to appear like JoeHart and full disclosure and be disabled and be neurotic and, be passionate and maybe cuss once or twice. And, I know I'm new to YouTube Live, and they have, I don't know how to tell you. Now I know. I didn't know how to tell you. Now I know. Let's see here. For the raising channel. Cool. Thank you. Welcome. Feel free to let me know what stream you're watching me from. I am doing two streams at once. I am doing YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm doing Twitter at the same time for the past 8 days. StreamYard and YouTube doesn't seem to be communicating with Twitter for whatever reason. I think both sides say that they're incompatible with the other. So I'm streaming directly from Twitter, which is still, it seems to be having glitches, which is common. Twitter seems to go down every other week or so like that. Take care of yourself. Okay, so I'm going to go back to, let's see if there's anything. Does IndyCar need more oval tracks on the schedule? That's later today, so I'll probably cover that. That's a really cool article. I'd like to find out more about that. Danica Patrick with her fighting, which is Sifa. How are you? Sorry, I was off screen. Let me get rid of those banners. I need to go back. Be Survivor. Look at Sifa. Thank you, Sifa. So all the hearts, and I think B Survivor was the one to. B Survivor says hello, Joe. Hello, B Survivor. Thanks for coming back. And I usually read people's text live, and live, and I need to stop doing that, and I need to ask permission and all that kind of stuff. So anyway, your text B sounded like self-care. So self-care is important. We need to take care of ourselves. So anyway, I don't want to disclose more than that. Anyway, B Survivor helped me learn that and I've learned this before, but everything I learn, I usually forget and relearn and relearn and relearn and relearn. But anyway, it's 9:51 broadcasts. I better get broadcast up and running. This morning, I did not show. This morning, I had ESPN2 on my iPad, and I had it on an earbud. But I'm currently live streaming on. I'm doing Twitter live also. I'm doing 2 streams at once. I'm doing StreamYards here and Twitter over here. I'm doing 2 at once. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So yes, self-care is really important. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I just sleep. I had done a lot the last few days. Oh man, take care of yourself. Anyway, I have now gone to, and I better get it going. Sorry, let me stop talking a bit. I am now on my TV. It's not really, I don't know what to call TV and cable TV and all that stuff because it's live streaming and it's computer monitors. So it's showing baseball right now. So I guess 3 more minutes. So I have my earbud. I have my earbud on my TV, on my computer monitor, and I'm watching YouTube TV, which is my cable streaming service, and it's on ESPN2. So that's about to come on. I won't show that screen at all. I am being trained a bit on how I can start legally showing this stuff, but my opinion, I have a bleak outlook on most things in life, but like with NASCAR and, I mean, I have discovered, certainly since I've become disabled, that when you talk to 10 people at an establishment, you get 10 different answers. So everybody thinks they're an authority. Everybody thinks they're right. Everybody thinks their research is perfect. And it's just not true. I don't believe anybody when they say you can legally show a NASCAR race if you don't have audio, if you pause it every 2 minutes and talk over it, if when you ultimately share your video, you only share 10 minutes instead of 2 hours for the race. I don't believe any of that stuff. I don't. Plus, it only affects me. I know I have viewers and I have loyal viewers, and I love that. That is so super cool. But when and if, whatever, if I get another warning or a strike or whatever, my channel is shut down. No, it affects me. It's not anybody else's channel. Like I said, I know viewers like my stuff and I appreciate you coming and stuff. So you would miss something like that. There would be other streams that you can watch instead. But it affects me. So and anyway, yesterday was really rough. I got a lot of energy and a lot of feedback and a lot of words yesterday. And I'm like, holy poop. Can you stop? Can you stop? I'm an addict, alcoholic. I don't like being told what to do. I know that's probably not completely true anymore. But, it's just like, holy moly. But anyway, a lot of the feedback, and I was talking about this earlier. By the way, I'm still on Twitter Live. There seems to be a fluctuation of people. Let me see what it's saying now. I've had a couple, 22 total viewers. Not anything major, but at least it's working. I did go live on Twitter like, an hour ago or whatever, and it registered 0. It shows 1 person in the room right now, which is great, which usually means people on the app so they can make comments instead of being on the website where you can't make comments. Anyway, to get back to StreamYard and YouTube, Sifa has this wonderful thing, and he showed this to me this morning. He had 3 different kinds. I think this is a 4th. So he has these great things. And what I was going to say, as soon as it came up, I was going to say, hey, Be Survivor, let me know that colors on my screen tend to be different than colors on her screen. So, and I don't understand what, I have a really old laptop. I'm sure, when emojis are sent to around the world and somebody has an old device. So FP2, he's talking, it's distracting me, but broadcast just started. And they'll be on the track in 4 minutes. So I better get the live. I'm going to tweet too. I'm doing too much, but I'm going to try to tweet also. That's what I normally do. I don't normally do StreamYards anymore. I mean, not anymore. I used to. So anyway, so to let Sifa know, and probably to check it with Be Survivor, the colors that I see, just to get it out there, I see yellow, blue, yellow, purple. And that's the pattern I see. Yellow, blue, yellow, purple. And earlier when Sifa had a blue, purple, we both agreed on the same color. So it's probably just the yellow that might be a little different. But anyway, yellow, blue, yellow, purple. It doesn't matter what the colors are. I just pointed it out. It was mostly those black hearts. That's what. So Be Survivor says, hello, Joe. Thank you very much. And hello, Sifa. And Sifa, hey, Be Survivor. And Be Survivor, yes, that happens sometimes. I just sleep. I had done a lot the last few days. Amen. Yes, it is. The yellow is good. Okay, cool. So it's strange. It's strange how that works. And I mean, I'm used to it and that stuff. These ones are the same on screen. Yellow, blue, and purple. Woohoo! I remembered those ones turned out the right color, so I chose those. Oh, wow. Okay, cool. And I mean, thank you very much, Steph. I appreciate that. But, I'm just one device. So if I had 1,000 followers, if I ever grow to like, Brittany's size or, Lost Souls or any of those kind of things, there'll be lots of devices. So they'll probably see different things. So as Be Survivor, it was just that one black heart. But we didn't check every color. So also, anyway, I don't want to get into it, but okay, so let me get on to, okay. I had a beep. Did you all hear that beep? I don't know what that is. I don't see the time. Gosh darn it. I hate their inconsistency on this stuff. Oh, there it is, P2. So, okay, so let me, Sifa, Liza, Sifa and Be Survivor, good morning. Hello, Liza Rowe. Thank you for all your stuff you're sending me and stuff. So present, share screen, 56 seconds. Is that a delay or something? Oh, till starting time? Yeah, okay, so live timing. So I will, like I said, I'm going to tweet. So it appears on my TV, which is usually slower than the live streaming. I mean, than the live timing. It appears they're going. That's so bizarre. Anyway, I'm going to just say it started because I can't have everything be perfect. I wish it was. So, okay, so 56 seconds. I try to always show the first time, no matter who it is. A lot of times, last year it was always Mick Schumacher, who was one of the under 5 seconds. Ooh, good morning, Liza. And Sifa, hey, Liza, under 5 seconds. Hola. Liza says hola. So, okay, so I'm not sure why that live streaming is not working. It still says 1 hour. So let me refresh it. Green flag, all free. So it does say 58.
To this machine being capable of fighting further towards the front. More of a 2020 season, potentially a prospect for the man who returns to the cockpit after missing pre-season testing.
Podiums in the bank for Stroll so far, pole position as well.
Yep.
In that 2020 season,
I wish
in
I would understand
the racing
what
pod,
I
it was
clicked.
very quick. Is the Aston Martin going to be on a level with that car? Is it going to be better than that car?
Can you
It's the
hear
same
me?
team in a
Scroll
different
on
guise, and a
F2.
guise that has promised so much more. Big
Let's
investment has come
go.
in. Aston Martin, the name has come in as well. And
back.
Fernando Alonso has come in, the two-time world champion. And so far,
I got to figure out how to disable that.
Reasonable. I'm interested now in this session. We've actually got a few drivers out there on soft tyres immediately, and they are predominantly the ones that weren't out there on softs earlier on. In fact, it's exactly that. It's the two Alpines didn't run softs, the two Williams, the Mercedes, and the Ferraris. So none of those drivers ran softs early on. And there you go. A look at Esteban Ocon in the Alpine, straight onto the soft tyres. So far, we have seen almost no performance running from Alpine. They seem confident. Are they going to put their money where their mouth is in this session?
They've been confident since their car launch. They've been talking about...
Okay, am I back? I think I'm unmuted, and I think we're not hearing the commentator.
Just checking. Advantageous part.
Am I back? Am I back?
All
Do you hear me?
news for them as Ocon
By the
comes
way,
over
I'm
the
still
line.
doing 2 streams.
And I have to say,
the Twitter,
if you were with us all the way through testing,
let me see what the numbers
and you've
look
waited
like.
to see the field attacking the racetrack, these laps are for you as the Alpine in this livery, the pink livery, for the first 3 Grand Prix of the year. Then they'll revert.
Something is going wrong with Twitter.
The
The numbers are extremely low.
Continue.
So you can hear me, I'm assuming.
That livery for the rest of the year.
Hear me?
Esteban Ocon, DRS open, that wide line, widest
and
possible
we don't
line.
hear
a lot of tire marks on the wide entry into turn number 4. Got to be careful of the exit, though, through that corner. We saw
so
track
Stroll
times
is
being
number
deleted
1 so far.
on.
There's only 2 drivers with times.
The French driver,
Stroll and Bottas. Now, Joe just became a 3rd.
Out there attacking.
I can still hear audio, too.
Of the
Damn,
soft tires
that was true
today.
with
the cooler temperatures, the track at the grippiest that it's been. Signs out there on the soft
Thank you, Liza and B-Survivor. Okay, I'm going to mute until I figure out what to do.
He heads into turn 11, climbing the hill all the time now.
Okay, I'm going to mute. If someone can please type, now that you're muted, I can't hear either. I can't hear you, and I can't hear the commentator. All I care about is the commentator. So I'm going to mute in 3, 2, 1.
He's the first one setting a push lap. He's got a car in front of him, which is a 7-time world champion of Lewis Hamilton.
Can you hear me? Can you hear the commentator?
And the man
so I am muted.
Has completed all the corners on this racetrack. He's going up through the gears. He's going over the line, and he set a 1:32.4.
0.3 quicker than.
I'm off screen, by the way, but you can't hear me anyway. We hear you and the commentator. Now nothing. Now nothing. So now nothing. 10:04. B Survivor says, yes, I still hear you and commentator after you muted. Now the commentator is gone to Silpa. We can hear you now. I'm still muted. Now that it's just you, the commentator has gone away. I can hear you now. So it sounds like everybody can hear me, even though I'm muted. And everybody is not hearing the commentator. I hear you now. Okay. So I guess I'm going to keep that muted button on because I guess it doesn't affect me. I did reboot. Let me go back to, I'm going to go off screen. Join live session. Launch live timing. Virtual safety car. So I rebooted it. So it is 10:06 on my laptop. And I just closed completely the Formula One website, and then I reopened it to see what she's talking about. Two Sainz, Carlos Sainz and Leclerc. So me and Sifa are like that old cell phone commercial. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Is that the commercial you talking about? So anyway, I'm sorry I keep asking the same questions, but it's a different situation. So, okay, I closed Formula1.com completely. I reopened it, and now I have the live, some version of the live leaderboard, so I can start showing what Liza is posting there. Can you hear the commentator now? Now at 10:07 a.m. Can you hear? Yes, that one. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah, that is old, I guess. So anyway, 10:07. Can you hear the commentator now? I'm not going to play the commentator. I'm trying to learn what I can do and don't do. It seems like audio. No commentator. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's go. No commentator at 10:07. I can hear you. 10:07. Thank you for putting the time. There's delays and stuff like that. Okay, so present, share screen, live timing, share.
Wind looks quite a lot lighter now.
So, okay, that's the main thing I'm going to be able to show. Thank you so much for all that helping. So I'm going to go off screen for you and then off screen for, let's see here. So, okay, I'm going to go off screen for you, but then I'm going to go off screen for me so I can read all that stuff. So, full screen layout, and then I'm going to go off screen. And okay, with 5104 left in Free Practice 2, Leclerc is top, then Sainz, then Gasly, then Ocon, then Hamilton, then Perez, then Russell, then Alonso, then Sargent. Ninth is pretty good for the American with Williams. Williams is the worst team by far. Sargent is new. He's an American. Americans tend to not do as well in Formula One. 10th is Verstappen. Oh, my goodness. Sargent's ahead of the champion. So 10 is Verstappen. Albon, it's brand new. These numbers are all going to change. Verstappen, Albon, Norris, Stroll, Bottas, Piastri, Zhou, Sonata, Hulkenberg, De Vries, and Magnussen. I always like to say how many don't have times, and then when we finally get 20 times. Anyway, I was distracted. So they now all have 20 times. So as you can probably see, all the way to the right. So anyway, all the way to the right, it says laps. So that shows how many laps they're doing. It looks like they're 3 to 6 laps or thereabouts. DRS is that blah, blah. It's where they can, if a car is within 1 second of the car in front of them, the DRS is enabled. It gives you extra power and you can pass them real quick. Now, as soon as you pass them, they're usually within a second of you, so they get DRS. So if you're not really faster than them, and you're both about the same time, that will keep going flip, flop, flip, flop, flip, flop. Anyway, the next is one of the most important thing to look at is the tires. So the top 5 times are on soft tires. There's soft, medium, hard. It's far more complicated than that, but roughly it's soft, medium, hard. Soft generally is the fastest, medium is the second fastest, and hardest is the slowest. So I can't read the bottom 2, and I don't know how to scroll that. Let me see if I can scroll that. Okay, so the ones at the bottom. So okay, so
still brake feel not great. The pedal,
Yeah,
still soft and long.
Okay.
ooh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yellow flag, yellow flag. I don't know what happened. Does anybody know what happened? Usually someone spun. Somebody probably spun on the track. It's a yellow, and now the yellow is gone. So it's probably a quick spin. So, okay, so let me see. I think I got, we can hear the race. Anyway. So let me go historic fights, nothing there. All motor fights.
Oscar, is everything okay?
Yeah, the platform was
So
pretty bad.
I just downloaded something, and I'll probably share it. I'll see how it goes. I have comfort zones, and I really need comfort when I'm really stressed and really anxious, and I am beyond anxious today, tomorrow, and Sunday. I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to do this. I think it will be very rewarding if I do it. I think I'll ultimately say that was cool. I'm glad I did what I did, but I'm very anxious. So I probably want comfort zones. So I'll probably come back to this. Anyway, something is downloaded. It's another stream. It's put on by Racing Statistics, and it's called a watch along. It's called F1 Live, Bayron GP FreePractice2 watch along live timings. And then they have a picture, or not a picture. Anyway, let me show it to you. So let me take this down, stop screen, and then present, share screen, F1. I think this should be it. And that is it. So I'm going to share this.
Special emojis.
So as always, I usually like to thank these people and ask for their permission and stuff. We hear you and commentator. Now nothing.
Okay, so you're gonna
see. I don't know when. I don't know when your comments come in. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is now 10:13 on my laptop. Do you hear any other voice besides me? I mostly care about the commentator from Formula One TV Pro.
And then
this stream here. They also might talk sporadically. They might talk for a sentence or two, and then they might be silent for a minute or two. So you may not hear. So yeah, as of it is now 10:14. So as of 10:14, are you hearing any other voice besides me? I want to keep hearing. I randomly keep hearing the commentator. Randomly, boy, that is sucky. That is sucky. I don't change things. I did just share this. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, I'm sorry for the language, YouTube. I'm trying to be a better sport with y'all's rules, and even though rules don't apply to me, I'm going to try to apply to all of your rules.
Right now,
and vulgarity is one of your what are they called? Community guidelines. And I don't know what vulgarity is. I don't know if the H and the S word. Yes, randomly. I believe you, B Survivor. That's a horrible word. But thank you.
Had a radio message with Max saying
okay, so
bouncing around. technical person.
I guess I want to show that map and how it's working. Not all 20 drivers are on the track at one time,
which is
but if they're on the track, there's a little number going around that track. So, okay, let me get to that. I'm off screen.
It's not
as 10:15 commentator came back.
Again, Max says his car's jumping around and not porpoising. So just want to be clear with that.
Okay. So I'm going to go
Just
to
from that previous session, by the way.
okay, so I'm going to Formula1.com EN F1 live stream timing HTML, and I'm going to close that.
It appears to be fixed.
So I am now going to close that. And then there's a driver standing. I'm going to close that. And there is a constructor standing, and I'm going to close that. And there's a practice one.
Really loose.
And
bumps. Yeah, sure, it's meant to be loose.
So I have now closed all of Formula1.com.
But it was looking like
I call that a commentator. I don't call racing statistics a commentator.
I don't know what exactly that was, but I believe they have had a look. They've probably replaced it because there's nothing.
So I'm going to mute
as
that
bad as it was when they were out doing their runs. So yeah. Not too sure.
Okay, so I think I got enough feedback that I know what's going on. I hope, but feel free to. It's 10:16, so feel free to let me know.
Just came in. They changed his tires, but
I have.
Just really odd.
Whenever I work on something, I go off screen. So that when y'all start saying commentator, I'm not getting your message. So, and I don't think it's urgent. I mean, I don't think they're going to. Commentator still talking.
Yes,
hey, Ara, good morning. How are you?
0.9 gap
I'm trying to.
Yeah, there was quite a. Alonso was quite ahead.
Be survivor. You seem to have a device that.
Like they're doing different.
Work. Have you?
All that, and I think just
what's that called? Jackrabbit. What can people do to?
So, yeah.
Jailbreak. Did you jailbreak your device? As you need to mute your YouTube screen. I don't know what that means. My screen or their screen?
Lewis is on softs, yeah. Yep, everyone is in pits. Wow, okay.
Yeah. So
what timing?
One of the things they're talking about on the F1 stream is Lance is 1 second off of Alonso's time. And so one of the things they're asking.
So yeah, I don't know what YouTube stream is. I don't know who you're talking about.
Part of that reason,
but racing statistics it is muted. Alonso. It by itself is muted.
Just that damn good. And basically, is Alonso making the Aston Martin car look?
If
better
I mute,
than
oh come on, I can't be the only one.
That's an interesting question.
How you doing, Ara? I'm trying to figure this stuff out. I'm kind of. I'm revving kind of high. Sorry, I'm not stemming,
balloon that has
but I'm revving.
Recently, in terms of height.
Yeah, but no, because he's still pulling the performance from that car. You know what I mean? So it's not.
Are you hearing an echo? Also, I guess that's a separate question because I'm live streaming on. Thank you. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
I think I
mean, it is part driver. Vehicle.
I agree. I know what you all are saying. How can I help?
At the end of the year,
I don't want to hear any other name besides my. I don't want to hear any other voice besides myself. I am showing what's on screen right now. Is I'm hearing background commentator. Yeah, that's not what we want. I was having a lot of problems. I just closed all of Formula1.com's tabs. I had about 5 of them. I closed them all. I assume when you close them, they don't talk anymore. And then for this, which I guess it's a commercial now. Let me go off screen.
Do you love getting high, but smoking hurts your lungs? I've got you covered.
Crash Monkey.
You need to try these Delta 9.
Oh, sorry. That's the wrong screen. Okay, I just muted it again. Okay, 10:20. It was showing your screen share is still going. Thank you. I want to show anyway, it's muted now. Thank you, Ara. Yeah, I'm all over the place. Thank you for helping so much. So I get neurotic and I have to mention the time. So it is 10:20. For some reason, it became unmuted. I don't know why. So I remuted it. Oh, as 10:20 commentators mute. Yay. Now I think I just discovered it's when I click on the thing. But when I click on it, okay, now thank you, Ara. Thank you, B Survivor. Thank you, Liza. Liza is talking to me from somewhere else, so thank you. But I'm discovering as soon as I click on that, okay, wait. So exit, okay, so there's me and there's So what I generally do, I say, okay, I'm going to go off screen for you all so that I can expand this. And then I go off screen for me so that I can read it. But I think when I go to the actual page, when I click on it to do anything with it, I think when I click, it unmutes the mute is I think what happens. Just when I click anywhere on that page, I think that's why. So I might test that, not that. Oh shit! I just want to talk about the map. So I'm going to do full screen layout, and I'm going to go off. So I'm off screen for you, but now I'm going to go off screen for me. And I just clicked, and it still says muted. So, but I can't see any of your all's comments except Liza. I would see Liza's. So at 10:22, I'm going to go over that map. There's no one on the map. There's a couple of small things. So anyway, okay, so to the left is the live streaming. That's new. It's not my comfort zone. I'm a little uncomfortable, but it shows all 20 of them. So just to go over that real quick, it has Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Gasly, Ocon, Albon, Perez, Russell, Alonso, Sargent, Verstappen, Norris, Tsunoda, Stroll, Bottas, De Vries, Joe, Piastri, Hülkenberg, and Magnussen. So that's the top 20, or that's all the 20. Now, if we go to the right and look at the map, that is the circuit. That's what it looks like. And like I said, they're not like NASCAR. NASCAR takes a left and a left and a left and a left and a left. But Formula One takes lefts and right, but they usually go clockwise. They don't all go clockwise, but they usually. So this is usually clockwise, so there's more rights than lefts. So as you can probably see, there's 3-letter, right there in the white. Can you see my cursor? See, if I move my cursor, that's going to change that mute. But anyway, can you see my cursor? I won't click. So this mag, the white, that's Magnussen. So it shows, look at this. See these 3 cars I write? So they're right on top of each other. Hülkenberg, Albon, and I can't see that, Russell. So this is a lot of cars. There's not usually that many cars, but I just did swivel. It still looks like it's unmuted or muted. It still looks muted. Yes, I can see cursor. Cool. And I hope it stayed muted for that entire time, hopefully, because I didn't click. I'm just guessing that was why it kept going on and off and on and off, because I'd go to that screen and, I want to show things. And I can't think why I was clicking, but I was probably clicking. I have someone at my door, but could you just click it to make it a little bigger? Yes, I will try to do that. So, although comments are always pretty fascinating. So, okay, I will go off. I can see the cursor too. Cool. Thank you, Liza. So, okay. So, I will be clicking on this thing, so it'll affect the mute probably. So I'm going to do full screen. It still looks like it's muted. There, is that a little better? Yes, I can see the cursor. So there's Magnussen, there's Hülkenberg. I'm not off screen. I can see these things. But if I, if I exit, you know, anyway, we don't want to do this because we want you to be able to see this the best possible. And again, this is another stream going on right now. I try to thank them, and I try to, you know, that's a little too much stimulus overload right now. I will thank them later for sure. So full screen, your voice is the only one. Thank you very much. So it looks like I was able to, which I won't remember this 10 minutes from now. So anyway, Ara, thank you for being here, and thank you for dropping by. I know you're busy and stuff. So, and I don't know if you have any interest in Formula One. You just seem to be a great supporter. So please stay if you want, or please, feel free to come and go as you wish. But thank you for being here. So I'm going to go off screen. I'm going to get a little nervous, but I'm going to probably go through the names a little more. So, okay. So I'm off screen. Again, I think that's a change of names, but I don't see the time left. Oh, there it is. Okay. So in the lower right-hand corner, it says FP2 ends in 33 minutes, 25 seconds. And green light, it's not a plural. It's not green lights, but it's green light. I guess there's more than one light, but no, it's not called that. So, so it has Perez Sergio Perez is first. Charles Leclerc is second. Nico Hülkenberg is third. That's pretty good. Now, Alonso just went to the top. Fernando Alonso just went to the top. He's an old man. His team is not super superb. So that's really good to have him on top. Now, speeds. Wow. Okay. Every time I move the cursor, then it tells me what it says. Anyway, the name of the stream we're watching is called F1. Oh, good. Oh, okay. So if I move my cursor, or my cursor is visible, you see the title up top. But if I let it sit there for a while, then it disappears. But then I can't see, anyway. So let's look at number one, Fernando Alonso. He has done 10 laps. The gap is nothing because he's the leader. So the number two there, Perez, the gap is 0.171. The gap meaning that's how much time he is behind the first car. So Perez is the second car. He's 0.171 seconds behind. Points are zero. This is practice. There's no point. There's only points in the race. So I don't know why it says that. Or anyway, that'll be the points race from the previous race, are the cumulative for the year. And this is the first race, so that's why it's zero. So anyway, there's three segments. Segment one, S1, S2, S3. There's three segments. As you can tell by the best lap. Look at those. I guess that was gone for a while. Oh, points. I guess it said points, and now it says best lap. So Alonso, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 0.907. That's pretty fast. And then it just disappeared again. But I'm thinking qualifying will be 129. I guessed 129, 130. I think I'm going to be wrong. I think it's going to be 128, 129. So that's going to be pretty fast. So anyway, S1, S2, S3, you can tell from the times that it's not, they don't split it's okay. So let's go back to the map there, over to the right. And there's three different colors. There's the yellow, red, and blue. And the yellow is S1, the red is S2, and the blue is S3. So they don't do it by times. They don't do it by distance. They just somehow every track or circuit has three different segments. And that's for them to, anyway, let me come back on screen to see if anything's going on. I like Alonso. I like Alonso too. Okay, so I'm pretty new to Formula One. So I didn't know him back when he raced. I knew very little when he was winning the championships, and he was arrogant and he was super talented. And so he could act like a queen bee. But it ended up, he drove for it was a lot. He drove for 4 or 5. There's only 10 teams. And so he drove for about 4 or 5 teams because he would get caddy and queen bee and he'd get fired and they wouldn't, but he was super great. So other teams would hire him. So anyway, he retired 4 or 5 years ago. And, like most motorsports drivers, they think they're going to retire forever. So Fernando Alonso left 4 years ago, 5 years ago, forever and ever and ever. By the way, TV is taking a commercial. I don't know if y'all, and let me just mention the commercial in case anybody's on ESPN. So it's a car commercial. I can't see what it is. Mercedes. It's a Mercedes commercial. So so I don't know if we all see the same commercial. If you are on ESPN2, is anybody watching the race, the practice? Is anybody on ESPN2? That would probably help me as far as, what can people see and stuff. So anyway, he retired forever. And then a couple years ago, what I did last week, so I forget, but some team found interest in him. He said, honest, I've matured. I'm not going to be a jerk. I want to drive again. And they hired him. And then, so he started back like 2 years ago or something like that. And he was, he's like 45 or 47, which is pretty old for motorsports, especially you're going 200 miles an hour. So you want to have reflexes and, for the safety of the other drivers, it's arrogant and it's selfish. And it's, it's very selfish to keep driving when you're 45, 50 years old. Very selfish. You have to think about the safety of the other drivers so that's what I mean by old. So anyway, he came back and he was like a teenager. He was super, but in a very positive way. He was very excited. He was very exciting. He was being very productive. He would talk to his engineers. He wouldn't cuss them out in 3 different languages. He was just, and they're like, who is this person? And what did he do with Fernando Alonso? So anyway, he, again, I don't remember the exact history of the teams. I think he has now done, he might've been with the same team now for 2 or 3 years, but I think he went to a second team. Again, that's not always because you're a poop. I won't be watching until husband gets home and can switch cord for me. I can't reach it. Oh, that's all right. Now, I know you were pretty confident that you had ESPN, which is the race. Sunday's race will be on ESPN, which is not always true. A lot of times the races are on ESPN too. F1, it's not always looked highly upon. So it doesn't get first rate all the time. Anyway, this race, opening race, got Alonso is a Spaniard. Spaniards are like New Yorkers. They just fire. That's the way I sense it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, and that's, just like Juan Pablo Montoya, the guy that crashed and hit the, they're fiery. Which I like that passion generally. I can't make a general statement of what I put up with and what I don't put up with. But anyway, I think F1 is lucky to have him. I think he's so yes, I have ESPN, but I don't know about ESPN2. Yes, I got to look for that. And I'm just making a general statement. There are plenty of cable programs. You get ESPN, you get ESPN2, you get ESPN3, you get ESPNU as in university, and there's another one, ESP News. So it's not ESPN News, it's ESP News. So some people get all 5 of those channels when they just buy basic cable. So you might have all of them, but I've always had these. Not Hulu. What's the other one? Anyway, I've had a couple where if you want this channel, you buy this, and if you want this channel, you buy this. And I'm like, I just want ESPN. I just want Formula One. Just give me all the Formula Ones. So anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna so many ESPNs, which that's like Fox, and there's all that stuff. So NBC. So okay, so let me go back off screen. So let me go back to this this. I don't know how current this is. I like the one I had open, but the commentator was coming through. So okay, I'm going to go full screen layout so y'all can read it a little better. Let me take that comment off. so you can see as much as possible. Now, as you can tell, there's headers and footers everywhere. So my live 4941 is blocking things, and my 55, holy moly, numbers growing there. But, you know, the live watch along, there's a lot of things blocking things. So I apologize for that. So many ESPNs. Amen. So I'm off screen for you, but I'm going to go off screen for me. Let's go through the thing. So in the lower right-hand corner, FreePractice2 ends in 24 minutes, 16 seconds. And currently Alonso is still number one. His time, 1 minute, 30.907 seconds. I think that's fast. I thought 130 was going to be qualifying. So obviously not, because he won't be the fastest. I mean, he might get the, you know, he might be top 3 or top 4, but he won't be 1 and 2 probably. So that means someone else is going to beat him. So it probably is going to be 129, maybe 128. I don't know. I'm just blindly guessing. So anyway, let's go through the 20 people. So first place, Fernando Alonso, then Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Charles Leclerc, Nico Hülkenberg, Lance Stroll, Pierre Gasly, Lewis Hamilton, and B Survivor. As you know, I love talking about Lewis Hamilton. Are they testing different things, or does he just fill in the blank? I have to be less vulgarity, so I can't say those words. But anyway, B Survivor, you were so funny when you would mention that stuff. But that's him, Hamilton, number 8. So anyway, Norris, Lando Norris, Zhou Guanyu, Esteban Ocon. He was the one that was pushed by Max Verstappen. He's a rock star. Max Verstappen's a DIQUE. Esteban, but I love Verstappen. I'm glad he won last year. I don't like dominations. I don't like dynasties, and he's won the last 2 years. So I don't say bore, but I already want anybody to beat him. Anybody to beat Verstappen this year. So Bottas, George Russell, Valtteri Bottas, George Russell, Carlos Sainz, Oscar Piastri, I think it's Oscar, Kevin Magnussen's, Alex Albon, Yuki Tsunoda, one of my faves. I don't know DeVries' first name. I do know. Logan Sargent, 20th. And again, he's the American. Logan Sargent's the American. He races for Williams, which is the worst team. His teammate is 17th, Albon. So that's where Sargent should be, but you know, what a bummer. So let me go back on the screen. So Hamilton, who? Yeah. So yeah. You're funny. But no, I think what I was saying about, and that was funny too, because I was like, I know you know who he is, and I know you proved me you didn't. But I forget what your comment was, but it was like, what? You mean he, SU, whatever. I can't, no vulgarity. I they don't tell you exactly what you do wrong, but one of the community guidelines is vulgarity. And again, I don't know if the H word and the S word is vulgarity. I wouldn't call either one of those words vulgarity, but I guess some people may. And I guess it's all in the, what the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I'm guessing vulgarity on a YouTube stream is in the ears of the viewer. So it's not what I think is vulgar. It's what the viewers think is vulgar. So anyway, it'll be interesting. So Liza Bell, Jean, to be Survivor. Yes, too many ESPNs. It took me a while to find the race. My hubby sent the channel to the TV. He didn't want to deal with me. I hope you and he are really, in love and stuff. I know. I get what you say about kids, and they're the and you're probably just really comfortable with each other, and it's been forever and stuff. So anyway, so you're Liza Bell, you're watching today's, and it's not a race, but you can call it whatever you want. But the practice. So you're watching the practice right now, which I think, you've said, Lance Stroh was number one, and then Gasly, and you did a lot of reporting. So that was kind of cool. Anyway, let me look here. So clearly my Twitter is not working. So I'm going to shut my Twitter down. So hello, Twitter. I don't know what's going on with my account over here, but it's not working. So I'm going to go ahead and shut you all down. I'm over in StreamYards. I was trying to, anyway, whatever. Thank you. I'll see you around. There'll be more things today and the weekend. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, there'll be more live Twitters. Y'all great. Y'all take care. See ya. So that is now done. I am now only doing one stream. I was mostly just focusing on one stream. So, Liza Bell. Yes, sir. The practice. That is so cool. ESPN2. Yippee. So, ESPN and Formula One has a strange relationship. And again, Formula One is not top priority. So you'll get a schedule for the weekend and then it might modify. So currently, or, I don't know about this moment, but earlier this week, the schedule for this weekend was ESPN2 were the first four events. Free practice 1, 2, 3, and qualifying was ESPN2. And then, like I was saying earlier, it's not usually the main channel. But since this is opening race, even though it's Bayron's not naturally exciting or anything, but it is the opening race. So it is, the race is on ESPN Sunday. Like I said, they're not the top dog. Football's top dog and basketball is higher and baseball is higher and hockey might even be higher than Formula One. So the channels may move around, but currently first four events, ESPN2, the two events today, the one's already happened. This is the second one. And then Saturday, the two events are ESPN2 and then the race is ESPN. So anyway, let's go back to, what do we got? 17 minutes? Is that what it says? Oh, wait. Okay, so I finished Twitter. So let me go to what's it called? Golly, I can't piece things together. I can't remember what everything is. Formula One. Let's see here. Sorry, my arm is probably in the camera's way. Formula One. Oh, wow. Is Zara still here? Sorry, I'm at work. Yeah, I don't know if she's still here. She does pop in pretty often and help, and she was really helping earlier. But yeah, she just likes to support. I'm not sure if she's necessarily into the motorsports, which, I don't mind at all. So anyway, I don't know if she's still here. Ara Sifa is asking if you're still here. He's saying, oh, wow, is Ara still here? Sorry, I'm at work. No problem, Sifa. Thanks for doing anything while you're at work. So, okay, join live session. So now that I finished Twitter Live, I now have some version. Like I said, Formula One has multiple versions of their live leaderboard, which is bizarre. So anyway, what's that say? That says 15:35 left. And this says 15:42 left. So they're pretty close. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the display here. So full screen layout. So I'm off screen. And now I'm going to go off screen to me too. So, okay. So as you can tell over here, FP2 ends in 15 minutes, 21 seconds. Thank you. I'll look at that. That's a lot of cars. I don't know if I want to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and then 18. So most cars are on the track. That's amazing. That is a lot of cars. So, okay, so let's get back to so yeah, 14 minutes, 51 seconds. Fernando Alonso is still number one. It has speed instead of the lap. There's the lap. 1:30.907. Those cannot be. I don't know why they don't have that speed. That third gap seems to do points, speed, and fastest time. And M speed. Wow, he does. And it's his stream, so he can do whatever he wants. But I would always show the fastest time. I would not show this time at all. Who cares about their one? That's probably their most. See the range there? So it goes from 1:30 to 1:37. Those aren't even in the same race. 6 seconds is not okay. 8 seconds, that's not okay. 9 seconds is not okay. So it's a commercial, by the way, for so let's see, 1:30. Yeah, anyway, on my other screen it shows so Fernando Alonso. See, there's best lap, but I can go through it and then they would turn it off. So Fernando Alonso, 1:30.907. Verstappen behind by 0.169 seconds. I will just see it's gone. Perez, 0.17. Leclerc, 0.146. Hulkenberg, 0.46. Stroll, 0.54. Gasly, 0.56. Those are all pretty tight. Kind of tight. Hamilton, 0.63. Norris, 0.66. Zhou, 0.67. I always say that for his name. Ocon, 0.70. Bottas, 0.88. Russell, 0.97. So the first 13 cars are all within a second. That's pretty reasonable. That's pretty good. And then 14, Sands. What is going on with him? He was the last place in Free Practice 1. He should be top 3, top 4. Again, it's early in the year. They're probably testing things. Probably some of the parts on the car don't work. They have to modify them, stuff like that. So anyway, I'm going to come back on screen here. Exit. So anyway, what are, oh yeah, okay. I think I gotta, let me look at, great. Woo. So anyway, so I appreciate all comments. Usually when someone types me a comment, I want to type back to them. And I've gotten quite a few comments and I appreciate it, but I'm not typing back to you. I'm talking back to you. So thank you very much. And I'm sorry that I'm not typing to you. But let's go to 3 new messages. So Formula One 2023 season preview. Formula One. Oh, that's from CNN. CNN, they don't know anything about this stuff. Formula One, why the new season could be more dramatic than ever, CNN. So I might show that. Let me click on it, see how long it is. So I might show that after the practice is over, which is soon. What do we got? 10 minutes, 55 seconds. 10 minutes, 55 seconds. And like I said, that's to checkered flag. So if they, as soon as there's a checkered flag, this looks like this is something to read. There's no, the video doesn't look like it's, anyway. Anyway, I'll get to that later. But yeah, I'll probably do that after the race. So, So anyway, it seems like this is going pretty well. But I do appreciate the interaction and the interactive feedback and the times, especially. I was like, muted, not muted, hear the commentator, not hear the commentator. So that's why I started adding the time, because I didn't know what comment came in. And you all realize that. So I was just doing that. So yeah, thank you for all that. That was so helpful. That chart right there, I could probably keep talking about for a while, but I don't know if it's boring for y'all or if it helps or that kind of stuff. But maybe I'll go back to it. You don't want to hear me, especially when we got 9 minutes and 6 seconds left. So, okay, so I'm going to go back to, full screen layout, which means I'm off screen for you, but then I'll go off screen for me so that I can read everything. But I also look over here. So FreePractice2, 834. Top 4 soft tires, then 2 medium tires, then 3 soft tires, and then 1 medium. Let me see if there's any hard. Alexander Albon is 17th. He's hard, but it looks like mostly soft with some medium. I don't know the number. So anyway, so FreePractice2 ends in 8 minutes, 15 seconds. Fernando Alonso's number 1 at 1 minute, 30 seconds, 0.907. Max Verstappen is second. I bet he's kicking himself. He wants to be number 1. Perez, let's see how close they are. Whoa! Okay, Verstappen and Perez are both Red Bull. They've won. Verstappen's won the championship the last 2 years. Perez is his teammate. He's supposed to be almost as good. He is not almost as good, but he opened his mouth before the season and said, I am going to be far more competitive than I have been in last years, which I think is putting a lot of pressure on him. But anyway, they're only, one is Verstappen is behind Alonso by 0.169 second, and Perez is behind by 0.171 second. So that's 2 1,000ths of a second. Again, it's early. It's only FP2. They could be testing things that's not has anything to do with speed, but that's pretty close. So hopefully they can. I hope Perez does get really close to Verstappen. I like Perez a lot, but Verstappen wins. I don't know what he won last year. It's a ton. He won like 15 races or 12 races. He won a ton of races last year, and Perez won 1 or 2. So they're not close. They're not really compatible. He really ought not open his mouth like that, but he did. So, okay. So let me start from the beginning again. 6 minutes, 37 seconds. Fernando Alonso, number 1. Then Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Charles Leclerc, Nico Hülkenberg, Lance Stroll, number 6. He missed all the preseason, but that's pretty good that he's 6th. Pierre Gasly, Lewis Hamilton, Lando Norris, Zhou Guanyu is not a superstar, so being 10th is pretty cool. Esteban Ocon, I forget if his team is midfield, or that's probably about right for him. Bottas should be probably higher. So Valtteri Bottas, George Russell should be way higher. Carlos Sainz should be way higher. 13 and 14, something is up with their car. Or they could be testing something that's not speed related. But usually everything is about speed. Not every second on the track, but usually ultimately it's the most important. So, 13 and 14, George Russell and Carlos Sainz, something is up. Then Oscar Piastri, Kevin Magnussen, Alex Albon, Yoki Tsunoda. I don't know DeVries' first names. What's his first name? I know it. It's here somewhere. Blah, blah, blah. What is that name? DeVries. Nick. NYCK. Nick DeVries. Nick. Maybe I'll remember. And then Logan Sargent, 20th. So, 5 minutes. Well, I'll wait until it goes under a minute, under 5. So 4 minutes, 58 seconds. I'm going to come back on screen. Are these speeds in kilometers or meters? Kilometers or miles? I think kilometers, but let me look. I think it's that best lap column. I think it's kilometers, but I don't know how often tires. Let me see how often that changes. Anyway, okay, so that was for Sergio Perez. So Liza Bell Jean, I'm sorry. The speeds are crazy. I really like speed. The fastest I drove once was 220 kilometers. I almost peed myself. My heart was in my mouth, even when I was decelerating. That's fast, Liza Bell Jean. Are these speeds in kilometers or miles? Yeah, 220 kilometers. So what do you do by 0.6? Do you divide by 0.6? So that's like 140, 150. Is that what it is? So there's a commercial. Skip ads. So we're back, but I don't know if it's still muted. It looks like. So let me catch up on comments and then I'll try to look at that speed. It's probably kilometers. So, so Sergio Perez, which his nickname is Checo, and all the Mexicans love him. All the Latinos, Hispanics love him. He's a rock star. I really like him. He's just not as good as Max Verstappen. So Liza Bell Jean says he won his first Formula One Grand Prix at the 2020. That was his first? Golly. Sakhir Grand Prix. That's here. Breaking the record for the number of starts before a race win at 190. That poor puppy. But that's Sakhir's here. You know, they I read yesterday that because the pandemic, their first race of the year was canceled, but then they got two others. Sorry, I'm off screen. Sorry. Okay, I'm back. So anyway, the Sakhir Grand Prix, it was the secondary. So they had a race scheduled. It was canceled or postponed because the pandemic. Then later in the year, the same year, they got two races. And so they had to name them different things. So is Bahrain Grand Prix and Sakhir Bahrain. So that's this track. Different track, a different whatever it would be called. Format. I can't think of the word. You know, it's a different circuit on this circuit. So it's two different circuits on the one circuit. But at least, you know, he has comfortability. It's comfortability on this track. So that's pretty cool. He also earned his first Formula One pole position at the 2024 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, breaking the record for the most races before a first pole position at 2:15. That was for Sergio Perez, that poor guy. And you know, he's got to be the teammate of Max Verstappen, who's cocky and talented, and it's still muted. Am I muted? Or, oh, you mean, okay, so you're talking about, okay, cool. Thank you. So it's like 130 miles per hour or something. Right around 130 miles an hour, I think, at least. I'm sure by the time we said all those statements, we could have just typed it in and gotten the exact thing. But yeah, Liza Bell, Jean. I could be very wrong. Never mind. Don't listen to anything I say. Be survivor. I hang on to every one of your words. You and everybody in my stream are rock stars. You especially. Liza Bell, Jean especially. Sifa especially. That's my pack. I don't know how to describe it. My Discord. I don't know how to describe it. But you three are really special. You help a lot. And so, yeah, I don't. But anyway, we probably 220, just type it in and find out exactly what the miles per hour is. Okay, so, okay, I'm going to go to the other screen and just stare at it until I see the miles, the speed. So currently, okay, their speed, 267. That is kilometers. They could not be going miles per hour that fast. So those are instantaneous. As you can tell, Alonso is 204, 229, 241, 244, 246. So it's changing. And I don't know where he is. Let's see, Aloe. I don't see Aloe. See these colors that we can't see? I think Aloe's in there somewhere. I don't know where Aloe is. I call him Aloe. So yeah, those are kilometers, but very fast nonetheless. So what do we got? We're FP2 ended. So it's a checkered flag. So the way that works, when they wave to the checkered flag, you finish the lap you're on. So if you are almost to the start finish line, if you're practically there but not there, and they wave the checkered flag, as soon as you cross that line, you're done. But on the other extreme, if you just passed the start finish line and then they wave the checkered flag, you finish that entire lap, which is, you know, 1 minute 30 seconds. So even though it's a checkered flag, we got to wait for all the times to finish. And I might show that one CNN. Oh, it's probably not a video. So so let's see here. I better not read those as I already have a different screen because of that commentating problem. The screen that I'm the most comfortable with, that gives me the most information, that shows actual checkered flags when the car actually finishes being on the track, I can't see that. So I don't know. I always wait until I get 20 of those flags, and then I go, okay, now everybody is off the table. Let me see it. According to my television, all 20 drivers have a checkered flag. So according to my television, it is now done, completely done, not just checkered flag, but actually done. So I assume he might be kind of up to speed on that. So we can talk about, I'll go through anyway. Verstappen is the son of racing drivers Jos. We don't talk about Jos. He is a DIQUE. That's why Max is one too. But yeah, Jos is, he goes to every race and he picks fights for Max, which Max doesn't. Max is fiery enough himself. He doesn't need any help on fighting. But Jos had a domestic violence with his wife, and Jos is not a good person. So Verstappen is the son of racing drivers Jos, and I think that's how you say it, Jos. They're from Netherlands, so I think it's pronounced Jos. Jos, and my name's Joe, which is from Joseph. So I first thought his name was, Jos, and I was like, oh, that's probably short for Joseph, and I was like, oh, that's so cute. Let me go off screen and take care of that camera. But yeah, thank you for everything you're posting. Thank you, Liza. So at the 2015 Australian Grand Prix, when he was aged 17 years and 166 days, he became the youngest driver to compete in Formula One. At 2015. So you mean that's Max Verstappen, which I know that's what you meant. I'm just trying to clarify for all my viewers. Jos is older, so he would be in 1994 or something like that. So anyway, Max Verstappen. Oh, they're going to post the TV is going to post the results of the podium, which is first, second, third, and then they do the top 10, and then they do the bottom 10. So that they're posting the top 10 right now on TV, which I'm going to go through this list right there. So anyway, Max is very talented. Max is now the jury is out whether he's going to win 5 championships like Lewis Hamilton or Sebastian Vettel or Michael Schumacher, or if he might burn out after he has 2 now. So I think he's going to easily get 2 more, but I don't know if he's going to be superstar. He is super. Anyway, whatever. People are always comparing. So, I mean, he'll be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if they have a Hall of Fame. I'm sure they do, and he would be because of the youngest, that kind of stuff. 17 years, 166. Every time you say Max, my dog sniffs the phone. Aw. Oh, Max Verstappen? Hey, Max. How are you, baby? I love your mama, Max. Hey, Max. I've got a kitty cat, Max. Do you like to play with kitty cats, Max? Aw, Max Verstappen. Can I name his last name be Verstappen? Every time you say Max, my dog sniffs the phone. That is funny as heck. See? I don't know if the H word is vulgarity. Like I said, beauty. He's like, what? I'm right here. Is that the right voice inflection? He's like, what? I'm right here. Hi, Max. I wish you could see me. I wish I could pet you. You're a rock star. Love you, Max. I really like Max Verstappen too, but like, he's like, what? I'm right here. Okay, I'll say Verstappen. Yeah, he's so cute. He's confused. Oh, baby doll. I don't mean to confuse you. You play with Mama. Mama's a rock star, and we all love her and stuff. And I'll start saying Verstappen. I'll try to remember to say Verstappen. Or Ver. You know, usually I do the initials or whatever it's called. Liza, you find me an article about the system on how Formula One officially picks the 3-letter code for everybody's last name and what they actually call that. They don't call it their last name. They don't call it an abbreviation. They don't call it, I don't know what it's called, something code. He hears the voice but can't see the person. LOL. It's so cute. It's okay. It's cute as hell. Aw. Oh, little baby. Hey, little baby. You're a big baby, right, Max? You're like 70 pounds, aren't you, baby? Not a baby. You're big. So, Kiri Irving. Okay, so my TV show is over. I'm going to, let me get rid of that. Let me just make sure that. Okay, I turned off my TV. 75-pound baby. Holy moly. Buckwheat. Okay, so I just turned that off so I could get a break, and I guess I can pull it out my ear so I don't yell as much. I'm yelling. So okay, let me do this summary. Y'all probably already know it. Liza probably already saw it on her screen. She probably why is that commentary talking? Gosh darn it. I hope by tomorrow I can get back to that other screen. I like that other screen. Because this gentleman here doesn't do a watch along every single. So, okay, full page. Okay, now I'm off screen for you. Now I'm going to go off screen for me. So, times. Those are the current final times. How do they do that? Why didn't he do that the whole race? I don't get it. So, Fernando Alonso, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 0.907. Speed, 320. That can't be right. Maximum speed, 320. Look at that. Maximum speed, 320. Woo-wee. I think that's what MSPD means. So that's pretty freaking fast. 320. Type that in for miles per hour. By the way, I was going to try to make a joke about Verstappen the dog and say, hey, is that pounds or kilograms? Yeah, I know it's pounds. So Verstappen, second. Max Verstappen, 131.076. Sergio Perez, 131.078. I guess I'm going to just do the gap. So let me start again. Fernando Alonso, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 0.907. Verstappen, gap, minus, or it's plus, I guess, plus 0.169. Perez, 0.17. I'm going to shorten them. I'm going to estimate. Charles Leclerc, 0.46 seconds, almost a half a second. Nico Hülkenberg, 0.469. They're right next to each other. Lance Stroll, 0.543. That's great because he wasn't in the preseason testing. Pierre Gasly, 0.568. Lewis Hamilton, 0.636. Lando Norris, 0.663. Zhou Guanyu, 0.679. I assume you all know that for most Asian countries, their first name is their last name and their last name is their first name, or they call them surnames. I don't know which way one's the surname. I think is your last name, but that's their first name. So Zhou is his family name. That is his last name. Poof! Thanks for tuning in. Stream ended 10 seconds ago. Well, thank you. I hear no commentator. Yeah, I was just talking. Thank you very much, Beast Fire. I was just talking in general. I wish that Formula One. Okay, how do I get out of this? Okay, so let's hide. Okay, remove from stream and stop screen. Okay, so now I'm back to. So yeah, he closed up. So I don't know how far I got. Zhou Guanyu, there it is. So 11th, Esteban Ocon, plus 0.70. 12, Valtteri Bottas, plus 0.88. 13, George Russell, plus 0.97. And then that's all the ones within a second, which I said that before, but now this is final. 13 drivers within a second. That's pretty good. A second really is a lot of time. I mean, I don't know what it is. It's probably a football field. I don't know what it is exactly. There are plenty of articles out there that tell you for NASCAR, 1 second is this far, and for IndyCar, 1 second is this far. So anyway, there's 13 drivers within a second. And then 14th, Carlos Sainz. By the way, you know, George Russell 13th and Carlos Sainz 14th. Big problems. Something's wrong with their cars, or something's problem with the driver, or something's wrong. Those two are screwed. And this is only FP2. They still have FP3 plus quali. And they can sandbag, but I don't think they're sandbagging. So, okay. 14th, Carlos Sainz, plus 104. 15, Oscar Piastri, 1.1. 16, Magnussen, 1.2. 17, Albon, 1.5. Now they're starting to get a little further away. 18, Tsunoda, 1.6. 19, De Vries, 1.6. And 20, Logan Sargent, 1.8. So all 20 drivers are within 1.842 seconds. 1.842 seconds. That's not bad. They have rules that I don't know them entirely, but when you qualify, which is going to be this exact same time tomorrow, 9:55 to 11. When you qualify and the qualifications are done, whatever the winning time is, you have to be within 1.07 times it. So you have to be within 7%. You know, that's 107% of the fastest time. So you have to be within 7% of the fastest time, or you don't officially qualify. And then it's up to the discretion of, you know, FIA, the sanctioning body, to let you race or not let you race. Now they always let you race, usually, unless it's huge. You know, if it's 20% slower, you won't be in the race. So, they do have a standard. Now, I don't know the percentage at all, but a 20th Logan Sargent plus 1.942 seconds. That's probably within the 7%. I'm just guessing, though. And poof, that screen's disappearing just as I'm describing it. So, I was done describing it. What? How come it never comes back up? Sorry, something's gone wrong. Okay. It probably ended, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so let me see that one thing. Amy Lewis from CNN. People from CNN do not know Formula One. There's no way in hell. Liza Bell, you are a rock star. Oh, Sergeant. Okay. Yeah. Nikita Mazepin. He's Mr. Shit. Driver. I know what the letters are, but I just wanted to know what they're called. Wow, Liza Bell. Look at that. Okay, so that won't let me click. Let me see if I can show that. Now, I don't think there's anything. Is it okay if I show that, Liza Bell? I don't think anything's on the screen that's personal information or. Okay, so let me go off screen. I don't know, Liza Bell, if you can say yes, it is okay to share it. I'm sure it's okay to share it. There's nothing personal on it, but I'm delaying and talking to see, in case you do say no, don't show it, or yes, do show it. So I'm just delaying. I think you've had enough time. So I'm going to present, share screen, and I did this earlier with Sifa. He helped me learn this. When I do whatever I did, let me get out of here. So when I hit present and it says share screen and share screen, there's 3 tabs that come up. The one tab that so far it's the only one I've used until earlier today is Chrome tab. And that's all the tabs that I have. I have 3, 6, 9. I have 10 tabs open. So all 10 of those come up as Chrome tab. And then you can click on window, which would actually show Discord and Signal. Oh, that shows Signal too. Sorry about that. And then entire screen is just my entire screen, which is stimulus overload and crazy. So I'm going to go to window and Discord. So I'm going to share it. And then I'm going to go off screen. So those are the 3-letter codes for the drivers, which I know all of them. I was just wondering. Thank you, Liza Bell. Anyway, I can almost read that from here. Now, some of those are no longer, but ALB is Alexander. It's usually the last 3 letters of their last name. That's what it usually is. That's not always true, but that's usually what it is. Now you can see Nick de Vries. He's from, he's from Netherlands, and so he has that duh is not a middle name, but it's part of his last name, de Vries, but it's 2 separate words. But so he is DEV. They. So anyway, it's generally the last 3. So anyway, these are not all current drivers. Alexander Albon, ALB is current. Fernando Alonso, ALL is current. Valtteri Bottas, BOT. Nick de Vries, DEV. Pierre Gasly. And then Antonio Giovinazzi, who I love and I've interviewed multiple times. He's no longer in the series. He's in Formula E, I do believe. Lewis Hamilton, Hull, Nico Hulkenberg, Kubica. That's how you pronounce that. Kubica. He's no longer, or he does like one race a year or 2 races a year. He had a rather, I don't know, you know, again, Liza Bell probably can find this, but I don't know the history really about Robert Kubica, but he had a rather extreme accident. Ham. He is a ham, and that's why he chokes. He chokes. Like I said, are they sandbagging or does he suck? Yeah. So, and I used to hate him. His team blocks me. I now like Lewis Hamilton because he's the underdog, and he is quite humble. He's pro, you know, LGBT, all that stuff, and he's African American. So, I mean, he's a great spokesperson, but he was always winning, and it was horrible, and I just hated him, and I didn't like his team. Now he's the underdog, so I like him. And like I said, Max Verstappen has now just won 2 years. Last year, he kind of lucked into it. I mean, 2 years ago, he kind of lucked into it. People don't think he deserved it, but he won it, and I think he deserved it. And then just last year, he won the second time. And I'm already, and again, I hate the word bored. I don't use the word bored. I can never be bored. Give me a device and I can spend hours and days and weeks working on stuff, and I never get bored. But I just don't like dominations. So anyway, I would love Lewis Hamilton to beat him. I would love, you know, as I said, yesterday or during preseason testing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, one of the commentators said, you know, wouldn't it be great if we could have 3 teams battling for the front? And Formula One is as predictable as motorsports can be predictable. NASCAR, you never know who's going to win. So that's why you race the race. You don't rank people. You don't think about it. You race the race. IndyCar, anybody can win. There's, you know, I don't know exact numbers, but I think they have 24 drivers. Usually the Indy 500 has 33 drivers, and, you know, 10 or more of them can win. Jules Bianchi, that was so sad. Yeah, it should be retired. That was horrible. That was horrible. Formula One does not have spotters. NASCAR does have spotters. Spotters get on the top of the building and they have binoculars, and some of the really big tracks, they have more than one spotter, but they are constantly watching their, you know, each driver, the 40 drivers in NASCAR have a spotter. So each of them is constantly watching their driver, and they tell them, okay. And they use code word. You know, they say it in 5 words instead of me saying 20 words, but they would say, you have now passed the car in front of you. You can now get over. No, they're to your quarter panel. Watch out. Don't get over. So they teach you exactly what to do. And it's weird because most of NASCAR tracks are much shorter than Formula One tracks. Formula One tracks have no spotters at all, and they're a 6-mile track, which, I mean, it's enormous. You would need 4 spotters. You would need 4 spotters to see everything, but they don't have any spotters, so it's relatively unsafe. Plus, their mirrors are puny. I mean, you can't really see behind you, and it's just like us. You know, there's the blind spot. You know, it's just like us when driving on the street. It's so anyway. Jules, and I don't know. Oddly enough, I don't know how to say his name, but I think it's Jules Bianchi. Yeah, he was in the Japanese Grand Prix. It was a yellow flag came out, and I think Formula One has changed this policy. But back then, when there's a yellow, you know, everybody's supposed to slow down, but there's no spotters, so he didn't really know to slow down. People are on the radio, but sometimes that cuts out, especially when it's a large. I think the Japanese circuit is really big, so it's 2 miles away, and so anyway, he probably didn't hear his radio, and so he didn't know to slow down. But anyway, back then during a yellow, the tractors and, you know, backhoes, and I don't know what to call it, but the real huge heavy machinery that picks the car up and brings it off the track could get onto the track for a yellow. I think it has changed because of this accident, and he died because of this accident. It's horrible, horrible. There are people to blame for sure, primarily Formula One and FIA. Back then, it was not owned by the American, it was owned by whatever, the other people. But so he's going around the track, and the track's huge. Plus, when they have a yellow flag, they have local, there's 3 segments in a track, so there's local yellow flags. So in NASCAR, during a race, you get a yellow flag, everything's yellow. And there's a rule for everybody. In Formula One, there's local yellow. So it would be one of those segments or sections or whatever they're called. I think they're called segments. But so there'd be a local yellow. Anyway, he's puttering around. He suddenly sees the yellow. He starts to slow down. It's a hairpin, it's a turn where you don't see what you're coming upon. And the tractor was right in the middle of the track. The tractor was picking up the car, was getting the car out of the way for the yellow, and he rams right into the tractor. And it's horrible. It's horrible. It actually makes me cry sometimes. But he was a great guy. He was super nice. I mean, no one deserves to die, of course. No one deserves to die. But he was super nice, super grateful, super humble, just a great guy. And so I do believe now, it was horrible. So I think these days, as soon as it's a yellow, it becomes, as soon as any piece of material, as soon as any machinery at all, as soon as a machinery goes onto the track, I think it immediately becomes a red flag, which you must stop. A yellow, you slow down and maintain speed. And, there's all these kind of weird things, but, it's weird, it just, so flag rules, that's cool. Yeah, I'll check that out. I know most of the flags and stuff, but I'm sure I missed a couple, and that will help. But yeah, it is too. It's just too bad. So they had to cancel the race, and no one would take responsibility of. Well, wait. Oh. Okay. Also, like this year, there's 23 tracks, and I don't want to get into cultural differences, but that's a big thing. And I don't want it to be political. I'm not talking political at all. But this year there's 23 races in 23 countries. I guess that's not true. I have to find out how many countries there are. Italy gets 2 races. United States gets 3. So if you subtract that, so instead of 5, it's 2. So it's -3. So 23 races are in 20 countries. And most countries have their own language. And, Japan has, I think their language is called Japanese. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be uninformed. I forget what their language is called. I think the Japanese speaks Japanese. I am sorry if I don't know. So anyway, there's a language barrier. So when there's a wreck, plus everybody's volunteer. The people that wave the flags, they're volunteers, which makes sense. You don't have money to pay them, but they're volunteers. So, and they're excited, in a good way. They want to fly flags when they can. So when it's a green, they do it. And when it's a yellow, they do it. And when it's red, they're excited. So when something happens, they try to say on the radio, it's a local yellow, all of segment 3, put out the yellow flags. The other 2 segments don't put out the yellow, put out the green, whatever. So they're doing all that kind of stuff. But there's a language barrier. So I think I think once they did all the research, I think that's what happened. Is someone in Japanese said, there's a wreck, go clean it up. And others said, no, don't go clean it up. Jules Bianchi and other cars. He wasn't the only car, but there are other cars still on the track, still going around. So don't go out onto the track. And because of the language barrier, it did go out on the track. So anyway, that's cultural. I don't, it's just what it is. NASCAR, there's 36-point races and started in the South. And so there's Southern accents that you might not be able to understand, but it's still English. Most people are speaking English, which doesn't have to be. We're in California. It could be Spanish, and there's tons of languages. So I'm not trying to talk cultural, whatever. I'm going too heavy on it. But I think that's what they ultimately figured out when they did the research of who's responsible and how can we prevent it. I think it was a language barrier of some people saying there's a wreck, go clean it up. Which, I mean, you know, it's on TV and there's drivers that want to drive. So they want to, everybody wants the thing cleaned up as soon as possible. But you wait until cars get off the track or stopped. So anyway, that's Jules. So let me read that again. Now that I told the story. Pearls of Knowledge F1. The number 17 was used by Jules Bianchi, I think that's how you pronounce it, in 2014 before his crash at the Japanese Grand Prix. Following his death, the number was retired as a mark of respect. And he was such a nice guy. He was so good. I mean, he was such a nice guy. This year was set to feature a record 24 races, but the cancellation of the Chinese Grand Prix and that decision, and the decision not to replace it, it has lowered that to 23, which remains a record number for one season. Yes, it is still the record. Now, as I've said multiple times in this stream, I don't have the exact numbers. I've been, you know, I don't remember what I did last week. So I don't have the exact numbers, but let's just say 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, let's just say there's 20 races or 21 races. So COVID came, and I think for 2020 they scheduled, and this is just generally the story. I used to know it precisely. I like to quote things exactly. It was printed up. I had it written down. I knew it exactly. Now I forget. But pre-COVID, let's just say they've done 21 races. So for 2020, they scheduled 22 races, and then a bunch of races were canceled and some were rescheduled. And I don't know what I think they ended up doing like 15 races. There was a ton of cancels. Of course there was. And then the next year they scheduled 21 or 22. And then 2 were canceled because of COVID. And the next year they scheduled 23. And then 2 were canceled, so it was 21. So they kept scheduling to break the record, which, I mean, you talk to Lewis Hamilton, which, you know, he's a diva for sure. And most all 20 of them are divas. And they're like, you know, 23 races, 24 races is a lot. And NASCAR, of course, does 36 races, but it's a different philosophy. You know, NASCAR, I guess, can do it weekly. You know, Formula One, everything is flown. All the cars are flown. All the many, 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 many tons of huge, heavy machinery, everything is flown by DHL Express, by the way. DHL is the sponsor, and they fly everything. So, I mean, it's just intense what they do. It's overwhelming. So, you know, it would be, so anyway, you know, when they hit 23, Lewis is saying, but that's a lot. I don't think we should do that much. And then they scheduled 24, and he's like, that's a lot. I don't think we should do that. So each year they tried, you know, since COVID, they tried to break it, but it never worked. And, you know, so I think last year, don't quote me, but I think they scheduled 23 and 1 was canceled. So it was 22, which was tying the record. So this year, yes, you're right. It was 24. Chinese was canceled. No one replaced it. And so we're going for the record. And who knows? Who knows? Russia lost their, you know, whatever, you know, all the politics and stuff. But, you know, Russia lost their race. And I think Saudi Arabia is always on thin ice, always. And they're starting to get into a lot of motorsport series. But so I will believe 23 when I see it. But it seems possible. So it would be kind of cool. So anyway, thank you for that share. That was nice. So what do I got here? Antonio Giovinazzi, Ham, Hull. So Kubica. Yeah, I was talking about him. I don't know the exact details, but Robert Kubica, just generally, I don't know the exact details, but generally he was in Formula One 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago. He was full-time 1 or 2 or so of those years. He was in a very serious wreck I don't know the details. I would like to be sensitive to my audience and have the details, but I don't. So I don't mean any insensitivity, but I think he lost one leg or in an arm or something. He was severely harmed, and so he stopped driving full time. And then a year or two later, which he was on pace to win championships and win races, and he was right on pace to be really good. So a year or two later, people are like, well, we should get him back. So I don't know if he has a prosthetic or whatever, but he can race. So most years he races 1 or 2 races as a backup reserve kind of driver. And he always is everybody's emotional sweetheart. They're like, oh, we hope he does really well. So he's pretty cool. So that's him. Nicholas Latifi lost his ride last year, so he's no longer in it. Charles Leclerc, of course, will be in the series for 5-10 more years. Kevin Magnussen, probably not much more. Nikita Mazepin, he's from Russia. He's the Russian DIQUE who what did he do? He what's it called? He groped a female, and he was super rich, and he was on all the platforms, so he posted it. He posted the groping. He thought it was cool. He thought it was funny. The female kind of laughed and said, don't do that, and pushed him away. Anyway, guess what? He was not fired because of that. He hung around for 1 or 2 or 3. I was really advocating to get rid of him for 1 or 2 or 3 years. And I did blah, 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 blah. Anyway, Russia started a war. Poof! He lost his ride in no time flat. So he's from a wealthy family. His father is a billionaire. His father meets with Putin constantly and gives Putin lots of money. So he thinks he's going to get back into Formula One. And Formula One, generally, I mean, no one is a spokesperson for Formula One, but generally everybody's like, he will never come back. Yeah, I can't believe it either. Groping. He put it on. He streamed it. It wasn't leaked. No one else shared this video. He shared the video. He thought he was funny. He thought he was clever. He's not ugly, but he's not super sexy. It's not like he can go, hey, I can have any woman, but he is a billionaire. Oh, they eventually did. Okay. But only because the war. He was fired because of the war. So he drove for Haas, which is the only American team in Formula One. Logan Sargent's the only American driver, but Haas F1 is the only American team. They're based out of North Carolina, but they're also really based out of London because everybody has to be over in London. They can't really operate in North Carolina, but he does, but not really. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, it sucked. And I don't, I'm an advocate and I went overboard. And so, yeah, I mean, he gave money to Putin. His father, the billionaire, gave money to Putin because he would meet with Putin all the time. So that's where, plus the company had already committed millions of dollars to Haas. They already gave them 20, 30, 40, $50 million. They've already committed as the sponsor. And so Haas was like, do we fire him and give back $50 million? Or do we look past the groping, which they did, and look past the war and keep the $50 million? So they had enough scruples. Mazepin is back. No, never. Is that an article? Cleared to race in Europe. Yeah, he can race all he wants, but he'll never get back into Formula One. Liza Belgene, you always like to. Anyway, me and my advocacy. Yeah. yeah, I would expect in the day and age that would be an automatic firing. And I do too. And I'm not, I'm male, so I can't really understand females. And, but males think they're entitled, and rich, wealthy men think they're really entitled. And there are women that like money. So it's a real, it's a give and take, but yeah, I wouldn't. And, I say, and especially this, and especially this, and especially this. But, I mean, the thing that nailed the coffin for me is that he posted the video himself. I don't know if that really makes a difference. Even if it was leaked, he did something wrong. He should be fired. But, the woman even came out and said, well, we were just joking. But of course, immediately she stopped following him and blocked him. And, then she did other. I just go for the fact some females are not angels. I'm trying to say that. But she got on and started speaking. And I mean, I think the internet is like the Bible. I think the internet is like the big book. I think you can get a quote for anything you want. Whatever you want to find the quote for, you can find. So I'm sure we could find 10 articles saying that this woman is a sleazebag. I'm sure you can. She was attractive. She was younger. She liked to drink. She liked to party. She still has every right to her body. She has every right to her body. But anyway, I mean, she, whatever. She did start speaking out and said, no, I did block him. It was inappropriate, blah, 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 blah. But, she enjoyed traveling the world and riding boats. And I mean, she enjoyed this stuff, but, doesn't give him the right to do that. So anyway, so yeah, let me see what you posted. I'm not getting very far through all these names, am I? So Nikita Mazepin. So Lando Norris is still in the thing. I just think it's silly to film yourself doing anything and uploading it, especially if you know it's going to cause problems. I don't like this internet age, and coming everything out drives me nuts. It is crazy, but there have been times that when I'm at home and I hit the live button, there are times that I think, well, I'm at home. It's safe. Not safe, but it's just me. It's just me. But I don't think that it can go anywhere in the world. Now, I've never gone viral, but it really can go anywhere in the world. So I can kind of get that. And then he's super wealthy. His father is a billionaire. His father bought his seat. Nikita Mazepin is not a talented driver. His father bought the seat. Went to Haas. Haas was desperate for money. They needed money. They just lost another sponsor. And he said, here, let me give you, tell me how much you want. How much do you want? 20 million, 30 million? Tell me what you want. And Haas said it, and he gave it to him. And he now have a driver. So, but yeah, and film everything. I mean, you're right. And right, once you're on there, you're on there. Yeah, no kidding. And Liza Beljean, we have many Amber Heards, which I don't care. I don't know anything about her. I'm not a big fan of Jack Sparrow, whatever his name is. The only movie I like about Jack Sparrow, what's his name? Whatever. You all know who I'm talking about. But Jack Sparrow, the only movie I liked about him was Gilbert Grape. I thought that was a phenomenal movie. And he's very talented. But I'm not 100% anti-Amber Heard and 0% anti-Jack Sparrow. Sorry, I can't think of his name. I'm not trying to, not you, but you know what I mean, right? Yeah, for sure. So, okay, we have many Amber Heards walking around. I have no clue. Men had to be very careful. I agree. Don't give anybody the right to do anything. But some women, I get it. And alcohol, people get more, what's that word? promiscuous or precocious or it seems like most people I hear from that they're pro Jack Sparrow. And I'm like, just like what you're saying, Liza Bell, there's two sides to every story. Jack Sparrow, and whatever. I mean, he drinks too much. He has done too many drinking and drugging. And I'm sure he's volatile and he feels entitled and he's got a lot of money and he can sleep with just about any woman he wants. So, I mean, I'm not, again, I don't know anything about the case. I don't want to know about the case, but there's two sides to every story. She's probably a poop, but he's a poop. He's a poop. And again, getting back to the alcohol abuse or alcoholism or addict addiction abuse, I'm not going to say he's an alcoholic or just abuses alcohol, but he gets volatile. That's, so I don't need to see you, which I know it's not me. I don't need to see ya ordering a frappe and then show me the frappe. Is that how you pronounce that? So not you, but you know what I mean. LOL. Amen. And then Amber Heard. So yeah, I mean it's tricky. I mean there's two sides to every story. I didn't think Murdoch was going to be found guilty, and he was. That was a surprise. There's surprises everywhere. I'm pretty far removed from the Idaho 4, but after a while there, I kept getting, I talked to this logical, intelligent, robotic, legal person that knows a lot. And I kept getting discouraged about Idaho. I'm like, oh, it's all circumstantial. He's not going to be charged and stuff. And, I think with Murdoch, I'm more hopeful, but still same thing. I mean, who knows? I don't think he'll walk free, but, Kohlberger might not be charged. That would be horrible. So, okay, let me go down the list again. So, Lando Norris still current, Esteban Ocon current, Sergio Perez, Oscar Piastri, Daniel Ricciardo is now gone last year. A ton of people like Daniel Ricciardo. He used to be very personable and funny and not exceptionally good looking, but it would wear on you. It'd be like, okay, he's kind of funny and stuff. But anyway, he lost his ride last year after having a couple really poor years. And people are like, oh, F1, what are we going to do about Daniel? But he is a reserve driver or a backup driver or something for one team, but that's not driving. So it's going to be strange for him. So George Russell is still current. Carlos Sainz still current. Logan Sargent, as you know, the American that I'm talking about. Mick Schumacher. I do believe that's incorrect. It says SCH. I think he's one of the few. He is the son of Michael Schumacher, who is a legend in Formula One and Hall of Fame and everything, who's in a vegetative state for the past 10 years or so. His father is SCH for Schumacher. And I would imagine they kind of retired that because he's vegetative. So I do believe that Mick Schumacher formally, which this would be true for his father too, if the father needed to do it. But I think Mick Schumacher is MSC. I think he's MSC. M for the Mick and then SC for Schumacher. So, and then Lance Stroll and then Yuki Tsunoda. And let me go off screen. Oh, Mazepin back. Yeah, let's check that out. Okay, so back on screen. Liza, yup. Okay, let me get back to your comments. I'm back on screen. So Be Survivor. Yes, the filming of every little thing. I like YouTubers and stuff, but not vlogging or people constantly posting videos of themselves. Ugh, LOL. It's kind of what I do, but not really. that's why I like to travel and go to these races. But I mean, I understand what you. I agree with you, B Survivor, and I understand what you're saying, and that's different than me. But I see it from my perspective. I still say, again, a lot of my quotes in my life are from AA, and they're not original, but I'll butcher it. But most alcoholics are, again, it's common in AA that alcoholics are egomaniacs with inferior complexes. So to live stream, you've got to have a lot of something. So you do have to be, and I don't know if I have it. I don't think I succeed at it, but you need the confidence and possibly arrogance and that kind of stuff. It's just got to be so anyway, I know what you're saying, and I'm seeing your other comments, and I agree with all that stuff, but okay. So Liza says, people with money buy their way anywhere. I have friends that bought their space at Ivy League schools. I learned that one very early on. That's our world. Amen. For sure. Like, by the way, I mean, at the risk of getting incredibly political, I've always called myself, I can't think of the word now. I don't know the exact word. I don't want to use an inappropriate word. I think it's, a lady of the night with the red light district. I think I could be bought, and I'm broke and I have no money, and I want an iPad, and I want an iPhone, and I want a laptop, and I want an RV, and I want my cat and I to travel and have the best things, and I want unlimited data, and so I mean, I know there's a lot of countries that probably want American spies. Again, I would never do it, of course, but and there's so many spam emails and stuff. So if I ever got a real email, I wouldn't believe that it's real anyway. But and again, 61% of my followers and stuff are from the United States. 39% are from other countries, which is more than 100 countries. So if some other country knew that I wanted a $25,000 RV and, a $2,000 iPhone and a $1,000 iPad, or really, 5 iPads and 2 laptops, blah, 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 and then I would sell my soul to the devil, so anyway, I would never do that, but I really want an RV. So Liza, yup. And then Liza Bell Jean, B Survivor. I don't get vlogging either. Now I'm always a stickler for words. I mean, people ask me what I do, and I tell them, and they're like, "Oh, you mean a blogger?" And I'm like, "Nope, that's not what I do. Everything I do is live." And they meant, "Oh, you mean a vlogger?" And I'm like, "Nope, everything I do is live." So, I mean, I think there's words like blogging and vlogging and all that stuff that have 20 different definitions. So I don't think people all really know exactly what that means, but I get your concept. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people out there. By the way, what am I doing here? So 11:54. The next event, which I think is a minor event, is at 1:50. And that, yeah, I mean, be Survivor. I mean, if I raised money for an iPad, again, the number one thing I want is an iPhone with service. So an iPhone, top of the line, is $1,200, is $1,400. That would take me forever to raise money for that. And then the service would be, $40, $50, $60 a month, which, I wouldn't mind having a yearly contract. I wouldn't mind having it prepaid for a long time. But, it would take me forever to raise that. Have I? Yes, I can raise that. I can do that. But when I get the iPhone, I'm going to like, oh, I got it. Damn, I really need 2 iPads. And then, damn, my laptop can't even tell me what color the hearts are out there. I'm like, and it's old, and it's, I have to reboot it every other day because it dies. And, I mean, it's just, so, a $25,000 RV, which really I would go much higher. I would go to an $89,000 RV. I want a Class B RV, brand new, of course, with a shower and unlimited Wi-Fi, which is actually Wi-Fi, not data. I don't want a data hotspot. I want Wi-Fi. So, but again, I mean, I don't know if they want spies and stuff, but I'm betting there's prices. And again, to them, an $89,000 RV to own my soul, they'd be like, sure. How many iPhones do you want? And be like, make sure my cat's taken care of. So no, you're a YouTuber. I don't know your entire war house layout. Yeah, my wardrobe's pretty limiting. Vlogging has to be exhausting. Amen. And no, don't sell your soul. Well, you can. LOL. I assume that was LOL. But I don't want you to. LOL. So, well, you can too. Well, you can. Yeah, I think that's LOL. So, anyway. I guess Liza didn't notice that comment. So good. So anyway, let me see what this so let me take that off. Did we go through this? Mick Schumacher, poor guy. Lance Stroll, Yuki Tsunoda, they're all current. Max Verstappen. Oh, sorry about the doggy. Verstappen is VER, and then Zhou Guanyu. And in all those others, number of races entered. And yeah, I meant LOL. No, not LOL. I can usually read typos, so you don't have to correct them. But I don't immediately read typos. I usually have to read it once and then try a different voice inflection and then try putting periods and commas in different places. And then I go, oh, that's what it was. So by that time, people are like, shut up. I'll just type you the typo. I didn't mean to. So I don't, that's just the way that my mind processes it. So anyway, I usually have to read it a couple times, and as I just described. So so let me see. So let's do stop sharing. Let me see what happens. That's wild. Okay, so okay, so let me look at this. Let me go off screen. What happened to my article? So Formula One, I don't see a video. It's writing. Message from the government of Japan. I don't know if that's a video. That doesn't. Ooh, that's lengthy. Let's try to get through it. I wouldn't mind reading something for CNN. They don't know poop. I'm sure that's a vulgar word. Sorry, I'm trying to be a good boy. I'm trying to be a good boy with my words. I'm trying to be a good boy. Okay, so present, share screen, Formula One, share. So let me come back on screen. So, okay. This is a link that was sent to me by Liza Beljean. Thank you very much. Formula One, it is by CNN. So I'm if it was a video, I'd probably not show it because, as you can tell, I'm nervous about being whatever YouTube and all the other streams do to me. So this I'm going to just read possibly. And I think that's the commentating stuff that I'm supposed to. So I'm going to go off screen to you all. So full screen layout. So I go off screen to you, and now I'm going to go off screen to me. And I'm going to just read it and go as far as I want. And So Formula One, why the new season could be more dramatic than ever, by Amy Lewis, CNN. Updated 4:37 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is about 7.5 hours ago, Friday, March 3rd, 2023. Max Verstappen during day one of testing is right there. Red Bull, Oracle. And that's, that's during testing. So that's today's current, in NASCAR, they're called paint schemes. In Formula One, they're called liveries. I think that's how you spell it. Liver, like the thing in our body, and then rees, Y, or IES, plural. Livery is the name of their color. That's a livery that you're looking at right now. So that's this year's current livery. Don't know what the word means, but that's what they call it. CNN. And yeah, let me go back on stage. So I don't see any new comments, which is fine. But let me know if this gets too boring. I'll probably just read the whole thing just to do something, and we'll go from there. But just, make comments of like, no, don't do that. FreePractice1. It looks like that might be the results. I just got another download. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But also that Mazepin thing, I might want to try to look at after this too. Which I don't want to ever see him in motorsports again. I know people make mistakes and they can make amends, but he only said things because he was caught. He didn't really feel remorseful yet. Again, maybe 2 years later, 3 years later, he goes, okay, now I know what I did wrong. And yes, it was wrong. And, people do change, and then you give them a second chance or a third chance or a fourth chance. But right now, I don't want Mazepin. Anyway, that's the other article. So let me go off screen again. Okay. So just send me comments and stuff, especially Liza. I can see yours. B, I'm not. Anyway, anyway, she's writing to me somewhere else, so I get notifications on top of all my. Anyway, whatever. I don't know how to do Discord and all that stuff, so I'm trying. So, okay, CNN. A new season and much has changed, yet much also remains the same in Formula One. No sport does personality, politics, and drama quite like Formula One, which explains the global success of the Netflix docuseries Drive to Survive, the 5th season of which premiered last week. I've never seen Drive to Survive, but it's really popular, and supposedly F1 has had a huge bump, like 10 to 15% more customers because of that TV show. So supposedly it's enormous. And most sports, I think, are constricting. Their fans, because the live stream, people don't watch TV, they're watching their devices and they're live streaming and their live timing. And so that's why numbers are constricting. But because of this Drive to Survive, F1's numbers have gone up. I've never seen one. It sounds great. It sounds like drama, and this person hates this person, and it sounds super cool, and it sells. That's why it's so popular. So fresh on our screens is last year's F1 soap opera, from the anger around Red Bull's 2021 budget cap breach to Fernando Alonso's surprise move to Aston Martin. This year, racing promises more high-speed incidents, both on and off the track. Even before the season opening race in Bahrain on March 5th, there has been plenty to digest, suggesting season 6 of Drive to Survive will be just as enthralling as previous editions. The latest in a series of controversy. Amen. This is huge. The latest in a series of controversies over the 13 months of Mohammed bin Sulayem. I don't know how to say his name, but I know him. Presidency of the sports governing body, the FIA, involved a new rule introduced in December. Yes, he was fired, or he resigned. It might explain it here, but I doubt it. Last month, a number of drivers, including Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, spoke openly about their concerns over the rule, which banned drivers making political, religious, and personal statements. The FIA, however, appeared to backtrack a few weeks later in issuing a guidance note, which said the rule applied only during pre- and post-race events and on the track. Earlier this week, F1 came under the spotlight once again after concerns was raised by a human rights group over what it claimed is the sport's ongoing role in sports washing by holding races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. In a statement to CNN on Monday, the FIA said it cannot interfere in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. While in the internal affairs of a sovereign state, while an F1 spokesperson told CNN the sport took its responsibilities very seriously. BS, BS, BS. They want money. Money talks. How to watch. The first race weekend begins in Bahrain on March 3rd with the Grand Prix itself on Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Races are live in the U.S. on ESPN and ESPN Deportes. In the UK, fans can watch on Sky Sports or Channel 4. Sky Sports is another entity that banned me or blocked me. Sky News F1 is the name of the handle, and they blocked me. Those jerks. For full details on how to watch where you are, click here. Red Bull dominate again, which I want to go back. I'm going to go back on screen. And be Survivor. I'm here. Cool. And Liza, I watched that. Is entertaining. I really don't care about the pilots' personal lives, but those men do seem to have too much drama. Strange. Yeah, they focus on that. That's what sells. So if they have two drivers that are getting along, they're not going to be on camera. But if they find two drivers that don't get along, ching, bunch of money. And I would love it. I mean, if I had Netflix, which I do not, which probably because it's a time sink and a money sink. But if I had Netflix, I'd binge. I'd do season 1, 2. I mean, it's season 5 now, but I know I won't do this. But if I did get Netflix, which I won't, I haven't even I think you can borrow people's accounts. So I think my ex-wife or, my loved ones might, give me theirs, but I've never asked for it. But, even though it's season 5, I would start on season 1 and then 2 and then 3 and then 4. And, it'd be a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's a pretty wild, it seems to be entertaining. Netflix. So, anyway, one of Liza's first, link that she sent me was about F1. There was an article or video or whatever ranking the F1 teams for 2023, and they ranked the 10, and there was a lot of shaking up and stuff. So anyway, I've seen it. I've shown it once and seen it once, but I was like, I want to show this 1 or 2 times every stream until Sunday, which I have not done. But that's what I wanted to do. Anyway, the link I got from you, there was 16 people on a panel of sorts, and 14 of them said Mercedes is on top, and 1 said Red Bull's on top, and again 12 or 13 or 14 said Red Bull is third. Whoops, I think I watched the practice race on Sky. Really, instead of ESPN2, which it's international. Yeah, Sky is huge. Sky is if I could get Sky on my TV, I would watch Sky because you get the European, you get the English accents and things like that. But yes, I would watch it if I could. And I think that's what you're saying. Is that whoops? Like oops, I think I watched the practice race on Sky. So that could be true. So anyway, this article I'm about to read, it says Red Bull dominant again. Well, I'll see what they say, but I've read other people that said, yes, they are dominant again. So anyway, I went off screen. Red Bull dominant again. A record 23 races will be held this season. We don't know that yet, but that's how many are scheduled. With Las Vegas hosting its first F1 race since the 1980s to become the 3rd U.S. city on the calendar alongside Miami and Austin. Brand new. Miami's first year was last year. 10 years ago, Austin, that was Austin's first race. And, you know, before that, they didn't come to the United States at all. Before that, they didn't come to North America at all. So this is really wild that they have 3 USA cities. Over the course of the year, Verstappen and his Red Bull team will likely be the ones to beat once again. Most likely, but that link was weird. Though 3 days of preseason testing don't reveal all we need to know about the competitiveness. Both our Red Bull cars look strong on Bahrain's Sakhir circuit last week, with Red Bull's Sergio Perez setting the fastest lap of the week. The car is working really well. Verstappen, the strong favorite to win a 3rd world title, told reporters in Bahrain. Just going through a lot of things we want to try. Just in general, enjoying driving the car. Interestingly, at the start of last year, Red Bull played down the team's prospect. But this year, Verstappen is in a more bullish mood, including his partner, Sergio Perez, who's an inferior teammate. And as Liza posted, he won one race after, 180 races or 220 races or something. So, anyway, he spoke out very boldly. He said, we are going to be much stronger this year than we were last year. I don't think he should have done that. Asked by reporters of his goal, Verstappen replied, our goal is to win and to win the championship only. So that's his goal. And I think there's Max. Max Verstappen speaks to CNN ahead of 2023 Formula season. I might show this video, just to hear his voice. Let me go back. So I'm going to show this. Hopefully it doesn't show CNN. Oh, it already shows CNN on the top there. But I'm screwed. I'm sure I'll get in trouble. So I'm going to hit record. I don't see time yet. Maybe he'll give me a time when I start.
How can we deliver one of the fuels of the future?
Mute it to me.
Hydrogen could play a pivotal role in tomorrow's energy mix, but it's
That's
very
expensive
though. To transport. To ship it cost effectively, we transformed blue hydrogen into blue ammonia. Discover how we delivered 40 tons of blue ammonia to Japan, catalyzing new pathways to cleaner fuels. Aramco, powered by How.
I'll get to that live.
We are growing. US is a very big country, and I think it's a very important market to the whole of F1. And I'm very excited, of course, to be racing at 3 different tracks.
What excites you most about the Vegas circuit?
I think it's more about just the craziness it brings. Like, everyone wants to go there, I speak to. So I guess it's going to be a really busy Grand Prix. Everyone is expecting a lot. And from my side, I'm just hoping that it's going to be an exciting weekend.
Between Miami and Austin so far and your experience on the circuits here, is there a track that you prefer or one that you're particularly excited about?
They are very different. I mean, Miami is a street circuit and Austin is a proper racing track. Personally, I'm more of a traditional track, but everything brings its challenges. And luckily I had good weekends at both tracks already. So that makes it all in all, of course, already a bit better.
It's an emotional sport. Everybody sees that from the outside, but none of us really get to live it. How do you manage the emotions on the grid, on the circuit, away from all of it?
Sometimes it's a bit easier than other times. It also depends, of course, what is happening. I mean, for us, Austin was a very tough weekend.
So I'm going to pause it. It won't give time. Okay, so we've done 1 minute 22 seconds out of 4 minutes and 32 seconds. So I'll show it, Liza. Yeah, thanks for sending it. They just want the money, LOL, for USA. I forget what I said about money and stuff, but by going to the 3 tracks in the United States, is that what you're? They just want the money. Anyway, I'm not sure. Sorry, I forgot what I said or you said or the video said. So I'll show it, Liza. It's pretty cool. It's good to hear his voice. Max is a good spokesperson, but he's cocky, he's confident, he's talented, he's young, he's punky, he's all that stuff. But I'll commentate, of course. So Good. Yes. Pause. As y'all know, I read everything impulsively, and then I know I need to stop doing that. So, anyway, Max is he's talented. I don't know who that guy is. I should probably know who that guy is, but I don't know who that is. So, anyway, I'm going to go back off screen and I'm going to start it. So it's 1:22. I'll probably stop it 2 more times, like every minute or so, to get to 4:32. So we have 3 minutes, 10 seconds left.
Of course, with Dietrich passing away, basically the man who created everything for us.
That's Dietrich. The name of the company is called Red Bull.
Austin was a very tough weekend, of course, with Dietrich passing away.
Yeah, that's Dietrich. I don't know who anyway, right there, Max is shaking Dietrich's hand. Dietrich Mastamich or something. I don't know how to spell or pronounce or guess what his last name is, but he's Red Bull. He started Red Bull. He was the owner of Red Bull. He had billions of dollars because of Red Bull. I don't think he started as a millionaire or billionaire, but he made it because of Red Bull. And Red Bull Racing is probably one of the teams that have, and I don't know this for sure, but I think Red Bull has had a sponsor or a name or a title longer than any other team. And it's actually, like Haas Racing is a billionaire. Gene Haas is a billionaire. So when it's called Haas Racing, he actually uses Haas money. So he's not a sponsor. He's using his own money. That's kind of what Red Bull does because they were the owner. This guy was the owner, but it's also a sponsor. So anyway, I'm Red Bull has been around forever and they have a ton of money, and he died. So it was a big deal that he died, and he was super nice. Everybody else at Red Bull is really intense, but this guy was super nice. I'd never met him. I've only been to 8 or 10 Formula One races. I haven't been to many, and they're very restrictive. I can't sneak around like I can in NASCAR. So I've never met him, but so that's it. Full screen layout, back off screen, and I'm going to start it. 3, 2, 1.
Basically, the man who created everything for us. So for sure, also as a person, it's a bit difficult sometimes to accept, but you have to move on. The team has to move on. And the only thing we could do that weekend was, of course, to try and win that race, which luckily we did. And then, of course, also we won the constructors. So there are a lot of emotions going through your mind and in general through the team, of course, throughout that whole weekend.
And Christian said today he believes that you are the best driver tandem that he's ever had at Red Bull with Checo. How would you characterize the nature of your relationship with Checo?
Oh, it's been really good. I mean, we got on really well. We're going into our 3rd year together now. And also, for the team, I think it's important that we can rely on each other and work together, to bring the team forward. And also that once you bring new parts to the car, that everyone's happy with it.
He mentioned the emotions and moving past everything that happened in Brazil. You guys have moved past that moment heading into 2023?
I think we are professional enough, to move past those things. I mean, we're racing drivers. Sometimes emotions, they go high, but that's normal. I mean, we all are full of adrenaline after a race too.
How much do you lean into?
I'm not exactly sure. I think they're talking about Lewis Hamilton and so yeah, thank you, Liza Beljean. So yeah, I still don't know how to spell or pronounce his name. Mastaschitz. Dietrich Mastaschitz. 27.4 billion. 2022 billionaires net worth as of 4/5/22. Bah, can you believe that? And Dietrich, who co-founded energy drink firm Red Bull in 1987. And he died in October 2022 at age 76. So 87, 13, that's 35 years ago. So when he was 43, he was 43 years old when he co-founded that drink. I don't know if he did businesses before it, but I mean, that's pretty late in the game, I would say. And so, yeah, I mean, whoa, I mean, and then it says Red Bull, 9.8 billion cans worldwide in 2021. So that's, that's 1 year. He's worth 20. What was it? It said, he's worth 27.4 billion, but in 1 year they signed, I think the profit from one can ought to be $1. So if they sell 9-something million in 1 year, that would be $9 billion. And he doesn't get all the profit. There's shareholders and things like that. But, I didn't know they sold $9 billion cans in a year. So I would think he would be richer. But, I mean, he owns a Formula One team and, he owned a lot of things. So anyway, okay, so Master Shits. Sorry if it's not shits. Master Shits. I think that's how I pronounce it. Sorry, I don't mean to be cussing. Co-founded the energy drink company with Thai businessman Kileo Yovati. Died 2012. Yovati's son, Cherlin, is a billionaire today. Man, they did it up. Red Bull sold 9.8 billion cans worldwide in 2021, enough to provide caffeine to more than 80% of the planet. Oh, my goodness. The two partnered to create Red Bull and aggressively invested in marketing to make the brand synonymous with extreme feats. And look at Forbes' list, number 51 billionaires. I think you're saying he's ranked 51. Wow, Liza Beljean, thank you for all that information. I mean, and again, like in NASCAR, when someone dies, I can say, I met him, I interviewed him, I got to know him, whatever, as a media person can. But I have no filters, and I ask anything, and if I'm in that effing garage, I'm going to talk to people that I don't necessarily have access to, or, so yeah, I'm kind of bummed that I didn't meet Dietrich. Formula One's a lot stricter to get around, but I started doing it. Miami, last year's was the first race at Miami. That was the most extreme dream to ever come true for me. It was the most extreme experience. I can't believe it happened. I was so lucky. I was so blessed. Everything worked out. And then almost at the exact same time, every day was the biggest nightmare that ever happened. So it's, anyway, I was getting there. I could have somehow, anyway, let's get back to this. Are y'all enjoying this? Is this pretty cool about, through Red Bull, Master Shits has a stake in two racing teams worth more than $350 million. Now, I would say they're worth a lot more. I heard billion. Through Red Bull, Master Shits has a stake in two racing teams worth more than $350 million. It could be million. Red Bull Racing and Toro Rosso. Yeah, Red Bull Racing is their main top shelf drivers, and Toro Rosso was which is Red Bull. Toro is bull and Rosso is red. So it's Red Bull Racing and Red Bull. That's, or, Bull Red. So it's the same name, but it was what's that called? Baseball teams that are hockey teams too, that have a field, they have I think you were telling me a story about, you used the word and I'm like, what the hell does that word mean? But like a minor league team, they get field, they get sent up to the big leagues, or, whatever that's called, to have that backup minor. Anyway, so Toro Rosso was the secondary team at all times. They would promote people up to Red Bull and they demote people down to Toro Rosso, or cut ties. They have another they have a consultant, and I don't forget, farm team. Yeah, you use that word. And I was like, what the H is a farm team? And then I was like, yeah, that is, as you were talking about, I was like, yeah, you were talking about it. And I thought you meant farm. Like, I don't know, like they, recruited people from the farmers or, I was like, what are you talking about? So I was way behind on that conversation. Sorry about that. So, anyway, there's a guy, I can't think of his name. I'm sure Liza Bell Jean can find his name in no time, but there's a consultant. And our farm, no, it's not drug team. Our farm, I guess I don't know this spelling. I've heard the term, so I think it's farming. You're farming the people out. So I think it's FARM. It is not drug related or medicine. What's the guy's name? Anyway, there is Dietrich owned everything, but he was kind of a silent partner. And then he hired this vicious, mean, horrendous, horrible guy who's kind of the boss, but he's an independent consultant. And then the team has a team principal, which we just saw the picture. I'll try to catch him again. Chris, anyway, I know all these names. I just can't get them right now this second. But golly, what is his? I'm trying to think of his title and his name, but he's ruthless. He when Red Bull has to fire someone, this asshole, sorry about the language, this guy does the firing. And if he has to, and he's impulsive, he's at every race, and he wears glasses, and he's an old man, and he's a curmudgeon. And during the race, immediately, if anybody messes up, he immediately walks up to them and starts yelling at them. So the drama, Mastashitz never married, but had a son named Mark, who was born in May of 1992. As of the time of Mastashitz's death, his son was the managing director of one of his investment companies. Wow. So I wonder if that means since he wasn't ever married, did the money still go to him? I hope he got some of the money. Now, without a marriage, I'm sure it wasn't full money, but I hope the ex-wife, the baby daddy, the baby mama, whoever the other, I'm pro Mark. I hope Mark got a lot of the money, which I'm sure it's, it's like Bus. It's like Buster. Buster will not be hurting for money, but Bus. How's little Bus and Paw and Mags? Didn't that irk the heck out of you? It irked me. I'm asking one particular person, but they're robotic, so they won't respond emotionally like me. But Liza Beljean, did it bother you? Nothing bothers you. You're robotic. But did it bother you when Alec kept saying Mags? Because we all know that husbands and wives can unalive each other. That can happen pretty easily. That can happen pretty easily. But it's a child, a son, that's pretty major. That's really major. And, I don't know the Watts case at all, but I've heard that Chris did some horrible things to really young babies and stuff. So things can happen with kids, but damn well that they weren't sleeping together. It even sounds like Mags was living in another house. They weren't sleeping together. They weren't in the same bed. I know they were not in the same bed. I know they weren't in the same bed. I have nothing to base that on. But so the Paw kind of jerky, but Mags, OMG. Again, he lies to everybody, and I'm getting off topic, of course, and it's not in the description. Hey, by the way, I don't want to, shout anybody out, But I'm really proud, and I don't need my back stroked or, I don't need good job. You can say it if you want, but I'm really proud of my description. That is as vague and coded as I can get. Grand Prix is not a common word. Everybody knows GP, and that stands for Grand Prix, but rarely do people ever say Grand Prix. I did not put a hashtag in front of it, and I said Grand Prix. It's a same bed does not mean a thing to me. I know there's a lot of relationships are like that, but you don't call her Mags. You're not intimate with each other. You're not, and I mean all of it. They clearly were not intimate with each other and blah 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 blah. He did not like her. She owned the house. I mean, there's anyway. I'm getting way off topic. So anyway, as y'all know, Sakhir, and I don't know how to pronounce that, that's the city of Bahrain. So as you posted, Liza, someone won, the gentleman that died, Sanchi. I just told you a loving story about him, and I can't even think of his name. I don't think of names. I can't remember names. But, the guy that ran into the backhoe was, that got on the track. It was during a yellow. He won the Sakhir. Oh, I think I'm wrong on that. I think Sergio Perez won the Sakhir Grand Prix, and that's because Bahrain had 2 races, so they had to do a different circuit at the circuit. They did 2 different circuits at the one circuit. So they called it the Sakhir Grand Prix, which it's never called that. It was only called that 1 year because they had 2 races at the track. So anyway, I hid that. And then FreePractice2, I keep the word free to confuse people. So a lot of drama. Yeah, okay. I don't know what that means, if that's good or bad, but I think you mean not super great. So anyway, FreePractice2, I got rid of the free. I keep the free. So I keep it confusing and vague. So anyway, that was and miscellaneous. I put that because of, Murdoch and all that stuff. So, okay. So, again, I guess I will move on. And where are we? Okay. So let me do full screen layout, and let me remove that from the screen. And then let's go back. I'm going off screen for me. So it's at 2:29. Sorry, we still have 2 minutes and 3 seconds. In 3, 2, 1.
The rivalry with Mercedes. I mean, that's something that's very fun for fans who love to kind of watch week in and week out. Is that something that fuels you? How do you process that rivalry?
It's not something I necessarily fuels me, but I mean, there are more great brands out there, especially like Ferrari as well, McLaren. And I hope that all of these great brands, that we can fight all for a title one day together, because that's, I think, also what Formula One wants and needs.
Much has been made about your relationship with your father. Where do you think your drive to win came from?
The domestic
violence
father.
I think it's just in general, the mentality we have in the family, how I grew up, of course, as a little kid, and spending so much time with my dad going to all the racetracks. So I guess a lot of these kind of things always have to do with how you are brought up.
One of the big storylines here in the United States is the retirement of American NFL quarterback Tom Brady.
Kind of things always have to do with how you are brought up.
So I know it's a little, well, no, that's about a minute. So I just wanted to stop there. And I don't know why I need to bring this up, but anyway, Lewis Hamilton is probably one of the greatest drivers ever. I used to not like him because he was always winning. Mercedes, I don't know their former name, Mercedes, AMG, Petronas F1 team, I think is their name. They were always winning. So for about 4 or 5 years, he was winning every year. He won the championship. He won most of the races. His teammate won second place all the time too. So it was really boring. Anyway, anytime you win a championship, like Liza mentioned, number 17 that was retired because the gentleman died during that race. Everybody picks their car number as long as it's available. So they pick, whatever, 13 is one of my favorite numbers, so I'm going to be 13, or, whatever. They pick their own numbers. when and if you win the championship, for the next year, you have the option to pick 1 as your number because you're number 1. You won the championship. So as you can see, Max Verstappen has 1 on his hat, and that's new. He won last year and he won the year before. And I don't know when this video it is. I guess sometime this year. So that's current. So anyway, he decided, yes, I am the greatest in the world. So I'm going to change my number to 1. Anyway, Lewis Hamilton, who I didn't like at the time, was fairly humble. And he said, no, I'm not going to change the 1. I'm going to keep my same number. So he kept his number 44 for all 5 of the years, even though he kept winning. And no, it's not boring. I don't like, why you don't like the winners. Oh, the boring factor. And I have a list of so many words that I despise, but I despise the word boring. Again, back when I was a substitute teacher and I would say, don't say stupid, don't say this, don't say that. And I would say, don't say boring either. There is always stuff you can do. There is never a time to be boring, ever. There's never a reason to be boring. So I don't like boring, but I just don't like domination. I think for me, it gets back to bullying. When there's a domination, when there's a dynasty, and all of them. It's true with all of them. The New York Yankees and the New England Patriots and all of them. Boston Celtics, all the dynasties. I hated. I was like, you're bullying for one, and you're always winning and stuff. And so anyway, the boring factor. Yes, I agree. So anyway, there's a lot of reasons. So B Survivor says, oh, that's kind of cool. Now, I hope you mean Lewis Hamilton with the 44, because that was very humble. Now, it can be cool that Max chose to pick 1 because he's confident, he's arrogant, he's very talented. He's very talented. Without me looking at the list of 20 drivers, as I tell you, I could probably have 8 drivers in my top 3 drivers. I always cram. It's always, my lists are always top heavy, so, they're always top heavy. So, without looking at the list of the 20 drivers, I would say Max Verstappen is probably the most talented driver on the grid today. So yes, being able to be number 1 if you win. I think the 44 is cool too, that he was humble enough. So B Survivor, I understand to an extent, which, I mean, no one ever has to agree with me. I'm just who I am. So you never have to agree with me. I understand to an extent. I can't stand the Yankees, but I'm a New Englander all the way with the Patriots. And now it was like Lance Armstrong. I stopped watching after the 3rd win. Then he win like 18 times, and then he got charged with drugs, which I think every athlete takes drugs, but yeah, I mean, I never watched bicycling, but I would have bored quickly. I mean, and again, I say bored, but I hate that word. I just, it's bullying. It's a sport. And I understand there are some naturally talented people that are way better than other people. And you can't magically make the other people catch up to him. If he's talented enough, he's going to just keep winning. But it's just not my deal. I want underdog. Like, I'm not a betting man. I don't have any money. I don't bet, blah, 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 blah. But if I bet, I would walk into Las Vegas and say, give me the long shot. I don't care the sport. I don't care the team. I mean, also, usually you get odds, like if New England Patriots are the favorite by 10 points, if you pick the underdog, you usually get the 9.5 points, so you get it. But I would be, give me all the underdogs. But again, I don't bet. So B Survivor. Yeah, being able to be number 1 if you win. Yeah, it's kind of cool. And look at him. I mean, he is proud of that one, and he deserves it. He's number 1. So yeah. And then again, you don't have to agree with me just because I'm saying, but yeah, that's cool. He was humble with 44, and he kept winning, and he knew damn well that everybody was looking at him like, you MF, or you're number one anyway, so just change it. We know you're number one, so we know 44 means number one. But in reality, he was humble. He was like, nope, I don't need to change it. And he won year after year after year. And Mercedes was like, can we paint the car? Can we put the number one on it? And he's like, nope, I'm 44. So, Liza, I don't think first place is always a bully. It will depend on the person. You're right. I mean, there are some humble people, not many. I think they have to be confident. They have to be arrogant. They have to be, that's how you win. You know, it's not, you know, there are people in NASCAR, for example, Chase Elliott is everybody's favorite driver, and he and his father and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and his father has been the favorite driver for the last 35 years. And that won't ever change. It will be Chase Elliott forever. And Chase Elliott did win one championship, but he won't win many. He's too nice. He's too nice. He cares too much about other people. He's not going to win. And so yeah, I mean, as everything in my life, I don't think you can make blanket statements, but I make blanket statements anyway. But Tom Brady, who I love, and just like NASCAR, I love Tom Brady's wife. You know, I have a weakness for women, so I love his ex-wife, you know, of course. But he's confident. He's arrogant. He's going to make sure you know that he's the greatest person. Michael Jordan, oh my goodness, what a ruthless basketball player. You know, so anyway, I mean, there's exceptions, of course, but humility doesn't usually show up very often for the people winning. It doesn't really. So anyway, I get off on the topic. So I don't like the Yankees, but I do respect them because they are such a dominant. They are such a dominant force. Yeah, that is so. You will never like the way my kids are taught to play sports, or brought to. You will, Liza, I love everything you do and your family. You will never like the way my kids are taught to play sports. I don't follow you exactly. I mean, I get your intent of what you're saying. So you don't really need to correct it, but I don't get the exact thought there. You will never like the way my kids are at. I don't know what the thought is. I think the thought might be a typo. You will never like the way my kids are thought to play sports. Anyway, you don't have to correct it, but I get your intent. I'm different. I'm JoeHart. And I don't like to apologize for things. Well, I know it's a typo, but what did you mean? Oh, taught. You will never like the way my kids are taught to play sports. Are you a ruthless mother? Do you drill it into them? Kill the MFer. Kill them. Smother them. I don't know. I don't know how you type it. How you taught them. Oh, and your hubby, military is probably. Anyway, I don't think I'm macho. I don't think I have a ton of testosterone. You all might see that differently, but I think of myself pretty effeminate. My voice is always thought of as female on the phone. I swam all my life. I swam from 5 years old to fifth year in college. I swam all my life, high school, college, and stuff. I sucked. I was horrible at it. And I mean, I was. I swam college. And people are like, anyway, whatever. So I'm of the school of thought, and I'll butcher it, but what's the typical phrase of participation trophies? I'm really into participation trophies. I know that's wimpy. I don't like the word wimpy, but it's effeminate. It's not driven by testosterone. And it's, I'm just not that way. I just, that's just the way. And again, you all might perceive me. They might, some people might say, oh, I would never be a man's man, but people might say, oh, you're definitely a man. We definitely know you have testosterone, but I don't see that. And anyway, so but yeah, I mean, everybody can teach their kids the best. I'm just, why is every school in the world, why is there a video from every school in the world about people bullying? And then worse yet, they're bullied. It's on video. Everybody sees it. And guess what? What happens? The school district, the principal, the superintendent does absolutely nothing. So again, that's a different topic, but similar. I mean, I think bullying is so prevalent. Is that the word? In our society? I think it's all over the place. I guess I better get back to Max's. Here, Max. Here, Max. Oh, sorry. So B Survivor, Tom Brady forever. I love him, but he's good looking. He's in shape. He eats super healthy. You look at his body and people say, how are you so skinny? And how are you? And he's like, well, I eat fruit and and I'm like, come on, and I am heavy, but I mean, he's great. He's great. I'm trying to think of a nice basketball player. LeBron James, I would say, is a fairly nice basketball player. I don't know if I'd say humble, but he's not Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan would cut your grandmother in 2 seconds flat, and he had to. I mean, he didn't have to. He could have been any kind of person he wanted, and he still would have dominated every person on the track. But he was nasty. Again, he's great. He's the greatest ever. So LeBron James, is kind of, he doesn't get walked upon. He's not so nice that he gets walked upon, but taught. Okay, typo. Taught. Oh, sorry. Be Survivor. I didn't know you were correcting it too. Sorry, man. You all saw it. You will never like the way my kids are taught to play sports. Be Survivor. You looked right through it. Man, thank you. Yeah, I was lost on that. So sorry, Be Survivor. Taught, Liza, typo, Liza, taught. Sorry. Oh, and I'm asking you, Liza. I'm like, what's the typo? And it's right above me. Oh, I'm so lost. Sorry about that. Be Survivor. I was a dancer. That drama and competition was brutal shit. Were the people that were really good? Was anybody humble? Was anybody really nice? Ever seen Dance Mom? I've never seen any of those shows, but I mean, it's, my daughter did, she was not good at any of these. I mean, she was very good at acting and some singing. And there's a third thing, I can't think of it, but she was not good at gymnastics and dancing, but she did it. And she wasn't super skinny. So it was kind of ruthless. I was like, don't do, we can pick anytime you want to stop doing it. I support you not doing it because people are mean, but anyway, I'm a wimp. I'm hypersensitive. I do think it gets back to my disabilities, but I think everything is related to my disabilities. I am JoeHart. I am a person with disabilities. Those are not separate. Those are the exact same thing. One is the other is the one. Those are not separate. So when I say I'm a wimp, I hate that word. I'm not going to call myself a wimp, but that could be the feedback, but I'm just hypersensitive. Again, I think it's related to my invisible disabilities. So Liza, Be Survivor, Tom Brady is an eye taco. LOL. Isn't taco, isn't that currently the word for an part of an anatomy that's not male related? So Liza, LOL, he's a definite eye taco. Yeah, I mean, he's hot. Oh, okay. Yeah. Kevin Garnett is fairly nice. Kevin Garnett was great. He worried forever ago, though. He played. I'm going to get this typo. Don't tell me what it is. Kevin Garnett was great. He played forever ago, though. I think you mean played, right? Kevin Garnett, but Kevin Garnett was nice. So you're right. That is pretty humble, pretty nice. He was courteous. He did great interviews. So yeah, you're right. You got one there. He retired forever ago. Sorry, I didn't figure out that I had to read your comment. So Kevin was all up in the community. He was awesome for the Celtics. Yeah, Kevin, you're right. So retired forever ago, not worried. So yeah, I mean, they're there for sure. No, we were all biatches. No, we were all biatches. Oh, be nice to yourself. But yeah, I mean, it's competitive. It's ruthless. You want to do better yourself. Your parents want you to do better themselves. You're spending a lot of money. It kind of feeds upon yourself. And I couldn't do it. I mean, I supported my child into doing anything, but I was a 100% cheerleader. I was like, sing to your heart's content. And I don't, you sound great no matter how you sing. So, I mean, no, we were all biatches. No, come on. So be survivor. Those dance moms are so scary. My boys' soccer coaches are sweeter and nicer, even though I'm sure they're still ruthless. I'm sure that's your point, that those moms are so bad. So Sifa, I'm not a biatch unless you're asking my husband. Boy, you mentioned your hubby a lot. Oh, come on, he loves you. He doesn't say that stuff. But you've shared. I certainly have heard you a couple of times. So we all have our stuff. I'm here. I'm live. Everybody's seeing me in living color. So be survivor. Everyone was good. That was the problem. Too much competition in the studio. Yeah, man, for sure. But no one has mentioned, and I don't want to bring this up because no one hates this, but I mean, everybody hates this, but not one person has mentioned participation trophy yet. I know. I'm too hypersensitive. And that's real political too. A participation trophy is extremely political. It's just amazing how so many things have become political. And I know some people have told me their opinion that everything is political. I don't agree. And I don't think everything has to continue to be political. But yeah. Anyway, I forget. Yes, Taco is a female, but a specific part of her body. Yes. So Sifa says, yes, Taco is a female, but it's a specific part of her body. I do believe is that what that is referring to. I think it's the edible part of her body. So, Sifa, of course, said, I am not a bitch unless you're asking my husband. And then B Survivor says, she does laughing. And Liza says, Sifa. Well, I lost it again here. Sifa. Come on. Yeah, Taco is female. It's a specific part of the body. Yes, it is. So B Survivor, Liza dances. Brutal. It is, man. I can't, wow. That's amazing. Sifa, yes, it is. And Liza Beljean, I'm old. No, hell, if Fernando Alonso is not old, then you can't be old either. Everybody says they're old, and everybody says everybody else is not old. But Liza, you can't be old if you won't let Fernando Alonso be old. So Liza Beljean, I'm old. In Mexico, when you call a man an taco, he is yummy. Cultural differences. Sorry. Oh, I know exactly what you meant. Eye candy, eye taco. I knew exactly what you meant. I was just talking about you know how an eggplant, you know what an eggplant means. Of course, everybody knows what an eggplant means, but that's also what a taco means, like a peach. There's the peach, which is one part of the anatomy, and the taco is another part of the anatomy. That's I didn't come up with the things. I took it as yummy, no problem. Yes, me too. So be survivor. You could do your routine perfect, and the teacher would be like, you look like shit. Now fix this, fix that. Oh, that would be horrible. No, I really don't mention them much. Anyway, most people think I'm straight. I just know I'm not judged here, so I don't hide it. That's cool. Yeah, and I don't, as I often say, I got to watch my words. You know, if someone wrote to me in confidence, I don't always remember to keep it in confidence. So yes. I agree. Never judged here. Yep, I don't. So Liza Bell Jean, be survivor. I agree. The diets, the looks, the clothing on top of the dancing skills. And I don't want to get into another controversial part of it, but you know what bugs me, of course, since I have a loved one that I, you know, ought not talk about. I live stream so I can share my information, but I don't have the right to share their information. But let's just say they're not male. So there's the double standard of, I think it's a shame these days that gymnastics and dancing and music and it's all sexualized, you know, and that really bothers me, you know, that 8 years old and 10 years old and 12 years old, and certainly by the time they develop, which can be 12 years old, you know, it's off the charts. So that bothers me more than the competition, but the competition's still there. But yeah, oh, I know it's a specific part. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't want to name the obvious, but that's new. I mean, I've known about an eggplant for, you know, whatever. I don't know how long, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 12 years. I don't know. So I've known about an eggplant, and I think I've known about a peach for 3 or 5 years, 7 years, you know, whatever. And I don't use emojis, but the taco seemed to be new, like two years ago. I was like, what is this? And it would be females talking about it. And I'm like, wow, you all are bold. And everybody has, you know, as I said about the Idaho 4, you know, there's, as y'all can tell, I have a lot of issues, of course. And I guess I'm going to remove this from, I'm not talking, but, you know, as y'all know, I have a lot of issues. And it bothers me that if a man sleeps with 10 women, he's a stud. But if a woman sleeps with 10 men, she's called something else. And I don't like that. So, you know, as soon as Idaho 4 happens, there was talk of someone had a fans only. And I'm like, I don't care if they have fans only. They can do what they're empowered. They can do whatever they want, you know. And then, you know, after a while, I saw everybody's TikToks and Instagrams, and I'm like, whoa, they don't need fans only. They're already showing plenty. But again, they're empowered. They can do that. Now, I think you have to take personal responsibility, which I'm not shaming any victims. None of those Idaho 4s deserved what they got or what happened to them. None of them. But I wish that, you know, anyway, I don't know if I'm making sense. And as I'm talking about the topic, I'm forgetting the topic. I'm forgetting what I was talking about. I know it's about something. Oh, I know it's a specific part. Yep. The edible part. Yes. Be survivor. I'm almost old. Yeah. Okay. Everybody can call themselves old. I'm old, you know. Actually, the NASCAR story is kind of interesting. You know, I officially became disabled April 27th, 2011, which is, you know, almost 12 years ago. And like I said, it was the second greatest day in my life. And I got some back pay and I thought I was super wealthy. I was like, oh my God, I can go to NASCAR for years. And NASCAR is too expensive. So it was about 5 races and then I was out of money. But it was, oh shit, what am I talking about? Something about NASCAR and that things are yeah, I forget what I was saying. I'll get to it if I remember. So I mean the description could still apply. Oh, about being old. So I thought I was near death. I thought I was going to die. I was like, no. I'm not going to start. You know, for motorsports, you're supposed to start Saturday night and do the, you know, the local tracks and the dirt tracks. And then you work up to, you know, K&N, and then you work up to Xfinity, and then you work up to NASCAR. And I'm like, BS. I am near death and I don't have money and I don't have time. So I'm going to start at the top. And I did. I said, NASCAR is it. That's the only thing I'm going to go. So I pretty quickly figured out how to get into the garage. I started getting in the garage and I started talking to the big ones, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson. You know, I was like, I ain't got time for this. So it's kind of weird. And you know, I'm the youngest of 9, and my 3 oldest siblings have passed on. So it's the youngest 6. And we're roughly every 2 years. So the oldest is, you know, 72 or 74 or something like that. Well, my dad died at 70. So I'm like, anyway, being the youngest of 9, I think I have learned from my estranged family. I'm estranged from them. They don't agree with the disabilities and they don't like to hear about all the dysfunctionality in our family. And, you know, I'm way skewed on, you saw what was happening. We were committing each other and we were, you know, it was horrible, or I thought it was horrible. So anyway, it was off the charts, but I preface so much, I forget what I was talking about, but I'm sure it's off the, so Liza, don't hit me. What did you say? I mean, the description could still apply. About you being a biatch? I don't know. Sorry. So I agree. Things are way too sexualized, especially in dance nowadays. Yikes. Yeah. I mean, the outfit and, you know, it's just makeup. And, you know, John Benet Ramsey that's an old case. I don't know when it was, 1993 or 1991, or I don't know when it was. But she was extremely sexualized at 6 years old or 5 years old or whatever she was. And that was 20 years ago. And I think it only gets, I think it gets worse. So I cannot say a thing about participation. Yeah, I'm sure military people don't like the participation bullshit. I cannot say a thing about participation. That's my husband's territory. He says that I tend to overprotect them. Therefore, I stay at arm's length. So maybe I'm reading that the wrong way. Does it sound so? To overprotect them to me sounds like you would be pro participation trophies instead of it's cutthroat. Either you're first place or you're a loser. Either you get the first trophy or you're an effing loser. So, anyway, you don't have to explain what you're trying to say. So, I cannot say a thing about participation. That's my husband's territory. He says that I tend to overprotect them. Therefore, I stay at arm's length. Okay, cool. So, Sifa. Now, we used taco in high school so the teachers wouldn't understand that we were being vulgar. Gotta love high school. And that's, you know, you're young, but you're not super young. So high school is a while ago. So yeah, I missed that. I never heard about taco. That's pretty good. Didn't know. Thanks, Sifa. Sifa, I will never hit you. I may throw something at you. No, I will not. Is that the right voice inflection? Did I do the right voice inflection? And Sifa laughing. NASCAR, somebody always winning? Did I mention that? NASCAR, somebody always winning? Oh, okay. As far as domination, and my memory is slipping away. You know, I don't know if I have Alzheimer's. I don't think I do. I don't know. I don't think anybody in my family has ever had Alzheimer's, but I think it's going to sneak up on me. I don't know. So I think my memory really will fade for whatever reason. And you know, I have selective memory. I had a shitty, upbringing. So I selectively try to forget lots of stuff. But anyway, so I might be totally off, or, I might be off by some details, but I do believe this is 2023. So I do believe I am right on this. NASCAR started with a brand new car in 2022. Last year was the first year of this new car, and it was supposed to put parity into the sport. It was supposed to make the best teams that have hundreds of millions of dollars, not hundreds, but have 50 to 60 to 70 million dollars to not be as super great, and then let the people that always get 40 and 35 and 30, that they can get closer. So it tried to give parity, and you know what? It succeeded. So last year we had the record number of different winners, or it tied the record of number of different winners. Again, it was a big deal. I followed it every race last year, but I forget what the number is. I think it was 19. I think there was 19, but don't quote me. So there is a ton of parity. And this year, it's the same new car, but they have a year of notes now. And, that they didn't want the car to get damaged when it wrecked. But the downside of that is, therefore, when it wrecked, the driver, when there's a wreck in motorsports, the car is supposed to disintegrate so that it dissipates all the G-forces and all the inertia and all the momentum, so that the driver feels nothing. That's why a car is supposed to crumble and disintegrate and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, they wanted a car not to wreck, so they went overboard. So it didn't get damaged when it hit the wall, and the car could keep racing. But the driver felt it. So we had 3 drivers last year that had, and again, the wimpy world, everybody's like, I wish all the men were men. And, but anyway, they had 3 people on the, what's it called? The head thing, concussion protocol. And they had to be cleared before they got back in the race and stuff. So that was kind of, messed up. And one person has permanently retired, and 6 months later, he still has not been cleared to drive. So, there's some serious stuff. So anyway, that's not my point. It's just, there is a huge parity. So anybody can win. Anybody can win. Has there been domination? I couldn't tell you who has won the last 5 years in NASCAR. I could guess, but I might get the years wrong. I think last year was Joey Logano. I think the year before that was Chase Elliott, maybe, or Kyle Larson. And the year before that was the other one, whoever it wasn't. And then Joey Logano again. And then Kyle Busch was many years before that. Kevin Harvick was one. So like in the last 10 or 12 years, there wasn't domination anyway. Jimmy Johnson, who is thought of as being one of the greatest NASCAR drivers in the world, and then he retired. Then he went to IndyCar and he kept wrecking his cars. And this year he's finally come back to NASCAR as an owner. He's old. I keep calling him old, but he's 42, 44. He owns the car and he also drives it for like 3 or 4 races in the year. He drove Daytona, but he dominated. He won 7 total championships, but he won 5 in a row. And I was there for all 5. He's plain vanilla. He loved his wife. He loved his children. He didn't cuss. He didn't drink. He didn't sleep around on his wife. He was plain vanilla. He was boring as all get out. But, and again, I keep saying I don't like that word, but he was just, there was no reason to dislike him, and he kept winning. But I was like, I don't like domination. And so I was there for all 5 of those years. So I think since then, Joey Logano, I think, is the only person that has won twice. Kyle Busch might have won twice, but so there's not there. Yeah, no one's winning. Anyway, it says NASCAR, somebody always winning. And I think that's what you're asking. So there's not domination. Plus with this new car, which now it's in year 2, and they have return notes, Like when you go to a track, you bring the notes back and then you get better and better because now you're doing it the second time and the third time, and the fourth time and the fifth time. So they have notes from last year. So I think this year will be very exciting. I think the same 19 drivers could win again if they wanted. And they've changed the format. They have this playoff thing until the last race. They have a playoff that it's, after 26 races for the last 10 races, after 26 races are done, the playoffs start for the last 10 races. So they start with 16 drivers in the playoffs. Now, that's 16 people in the playoffs, but the races still have 40 drivers. They always have 40 drivers no matter what, but there's only 16 people in the playoffs. Different than football and baseball and basketball. It still has all 40 drivers, but only 16. So anyway, there's 10 races. So 16 people, after 3 races, they go to 12. After 3 races, they go to 8. After 3 races, they go to 4. And then for that last race, they throw everything out. And there's 4 people that can go for the championship with 1 race to go. And all they have to do is cross the line first. So they don't have to win the race, which they usually do win the race because the other 3 drivers are really good. But they could get 37th, 38th, 39th, 40th. Whoever crosses the line first wins the entire year by 1 race. It's kind of unfair. It's pretty exciting. They've done it the last 4 or 5 years, and everybody loves it, or most people love it. It is really unfair. If your car blows up, if you get 1 tire, if fans throw litter out, and so when litter goes onto the track and it sticks to the front of the car, and air can't go through the front of the car, the car can overheat and blow up. So someone could throw a hot dog wrapper anywhere they want. It gets on the track, and so they could lose the championship because of 1 effing hot dog wrapper. So anyway, it's a wild way to end the year, but usually on that final day, any of the 4 could win the race and win the championship. So there's no domination. And out of the 4, usually one has 1 or 2 of them will have a flat tire or will get a hot dog wrapper or, so it's, so anyway, I hope I answered. I spent too much time on that. And Sifa said, no, sorry, I'm way behind. A different description. Sorry, let me. No, sorry, Sifa. I got sidetracked. But I ain't getting something thrown at me. Yeah, we won't throw. Yeah, we didn't dance like that. My dad would have absolutely killed me, no doubt. What, with the revealing clothing? Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, I talk about so many things. Sorry about it. No, throwing things at each other. Oh, my goodness. So Liza Beljean, B survivor. Sifa started. Mom. Your mom, aren't you? Could we have a crashes tab on Discord? We do. I already gave it to you. Let me go off screen. Historic fights. That's the thing. Who wants crashes? Do y'all really want crashes? I'm off screen. And the last one I said I'm going to put your name on it. Crashes, etc. And I'm going to say per Liza Bell. And they always put the hyphens. I don't like the hyphens, but that's what they do. Create. Poof. There you go. There you go. You have it. Start sending me crashes. I don't like crashes. I mean, I like, whatever, I won't close my eyes. I'm going to look at the crash. No, oh, by the way, Liza, you can send me anything you want, but I'm generally not into older things. Dale Earnhardt was a god. He was a legend. He walked on water. I don't care to see him or Rusty Wallace or Daryl Waltrip, or I don't care about any old stuff. And when I say old, I almost mean, Jimmy Johnson 12 years ago. So unless you want to, send me anything you want and I can edit it myself to figure out if I want to share it or not. I mean, I don't have the time to watch everything you show. So I can't pre-edit it. I don't have timestamps. And I think you sent me one thing and you said start at about 4 minutes, which I never did show that thing. Not because I didn't watch it. So I didn't try to not show it. It's just I'm now getting overwhelmed with Discord, and now there's 5 tabs, and so some things are on one tab but not the other tab. I'm getting very overwhelmed with all that stuff. But anyway, so I can't do timestamps and stuff like that. But anyway, I would, Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch, show those wrecks. I would love, but these are fights, but I've told you about how Suarez, Daniel Suarez, is Latino. He's Hispanic. He's fiery. He's Mexican. But I don't know how big any of these drivers are, but I walked by them, but I don't know how big they are. I mean, when I leave that next week, I don't remember how big they are. But I would guess Daniel Suarez is 5'4", 5'5", 5'6", 5'7", something like that. Probably 170. Pretty muscular. Well, Michael McDowell is, religious and spiritual, and he thanks Jesus all the time. And he's about 6'2", and probably about a little chunky, but not too chunky, but, 6'2", about 180, 190. Well, Suarez, they got into a wreck, and Suarez didn't hesitate. He went right over to him, and he picked him up off the ground, and he slammed him onto the ground. So, again, I guess I do have testosterone, so I get excited about those things. But it depends on who it is. I don't ever want to see a fight from Dale Sr. I don't. He's gone. He's dead. It's 20 years ago. And I feel about that with everything. Music, Elvis Presley, I don't ever want to hear. I mean, there's like one, I'm caught in a trap, I won't back down, whatever that song is. I love that Elvis song, but I only like 1 or 2 Elvis songs. Kentucky Woman, I'm from Kentucky, so I might like 2 of his songs, but he's deceased. I don't want to hear Elvis ever again. And that's kind of true for everybody. There are exceptions. David Bowie, I can keep hearing him even though he's deceased, and Prince. Those are probably the 2 exceptions. But in probably 10 or 15 years, I'll be like, okay, no more. But anyway, so yeah, crashes, send me whatever, but make them new. Liza, no throwing things at your brother. Oh, there's Mama. Mama showed up. So Liza, vanilla means something different to me. Oh, well, yeah, tell us what vanilla means. Okay, so what I mean, I'm referring to ice cream. So I say vanilla ice cream, meaning he's not a bad boy. He doesn't hate his wife. He doesn't sleep around on his wife. He doesn't flirt with other women. He loves his children. He hugs them. He loves them. How was the race today? Golly, Wally, I was really good today. He's just a great guy. There is no reason to dislike him. So I'm just talking about ice cream. When people go to, and I'm making generalities again, which I probably shouldn't, but when people go to Baskin Robbins, chances are people don't get vanilla ice cream. They at least get chocolate chip or mint chocolate chip or something like that, but maybe even more, Rocky Road or other things. So I just mean ice cream, vanilla ice cream. There was no reason to dislike him. But there's no reason to like him. Like I liked Kyle Busch probably because he was hated, which I know is weird. That's kind of weird. But again, I really liked Kyle Busch because of his beautiful wife. But there's a lot that goes on in my head. So that's what I mean. But yeah, you can tell me your thoughts. I like the crashes, LOL. Never want to see anyone get hurt. Let me just say that. But I find them very interesting. But yeah, show the I think I did show that Joey Logano wreck, which was phenomenal. I mean, he did it was a barrel. For me, with the races, with the wrecks, like starting about, like Dale Earnhardt Sr. died in 2001, and he died during a race, and it was very sad, and he was macho. And Hans devices, the neck device was not required. So he was too macho. He didn't wear a Hans device, and that's the reason he died. But after that, Hans devices were required and blah, 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 blah. And safety took over, and they did the safer barrier, SAFER. That means something, by the way. You can look at that up, Liza Bell. I love the safer barrier. That's not the word. I mean, it has two meanings. The word safer, SAFER, it's more safe, but it's an acronym or whatever that word, you know. And so, I mean, that was cool because it used to be a cement wall, but now it's cushioned, and you know, it dissipates all the G forces, so the body doesn't take care of the G forces. So anyway, my only point is, you know, starting five, and I don't know when Joey Logano was. I showed that wreck, which I think is phenomenal. How I'm going to quickly, and I'm already overwhelmed with Discord, but the reason I'm going to get even more overwhelmed with Discord, which I've already mentioned, is I can't organize that stuff. And I don't know how to do it. I'm sure someone could give me a training of set up a file folder and then save things and do this and do that. And I'd be like, you know, I don't know how to do it. So anyway, I would hope I could find things. So I shared that Joey Logano thing. I'd love to share it again, or, you know, once a month I could show it. I mean, it's a fascinating thing. Anyway, my only point, I don't know what year that was, but from that time forward, most wrecks were like a video game. Most drivers could care less if they wrecked. A, they made a ton of money. B, the teams had a ton of money, so they didn't care if they wrecked a, you know, $350,000 car. But it was a video game. They would wreck, they would get out unharmed, and they'd put another quarter in. They'd say, "Give me another car. Let me keep driving." So that's like I said, I don't cover my eyes. I'm going to watch a wreck, and I like in a race, which I won't do this when I'm streaming, but when I'm just watching a race and I'm tweeting about it, I will watch it over and over and over until I figure out whose fault it was and how it happened and blah, blah, blah. And so I can tweet about whose fault it was and who did it first and who was just, you know, along for the ride. They didn't do anything wrong, but they wrecked, you know. So anyway, blah, 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 blah. Way off topic. So Liza Bell Jean, B Survivor. I understand, but with car racing, what is the other option? They start pit stops, they bump into each other, they win or lose, and they crash. I like that. That's funny. Let me read that again, Liza Bell Jean. So Liza Bell Jean is writing what did you say? B Survivor. I like the crashes, LOL. Wait, I'll highlight it. I like the crashes, LOL. I never want to see anyone get hurt. Let me just say that. But I find them very interesting. So it sounds like she's agreeing with you, but Liza Bell says, B Survivor. I understand. But with car racing, what is the other option? They start pit stops, they bump into each other, they win or lose, and they crash. Is that the right voice inflection? And they crash. I think I got the right voice inflection. I don't know. You just gave me words. Right, Liza. I swear I don't just like to watch people crash. I'm not that morbid, I swear. I think she's agreeing with you, but she said, I understand, but I don't think the but is correct. I think she's agreeing with you. I think that's the way I read it. I think you're both saying the exact same thing. Although Liza Bell put the, and they crash, which would be, and that's interesting. So anyway, you know, find new crashes, which the cars are safer. So it would be, you know, the video game, just put another quarter in. There's no one getting hurt, you know, that kind of stuff. But Anyway, it's 124. The next event, which I'm probably not going to do, is 150. Holy shit. Next one after that is 3 o'clock, which I probably will do. And then that's probably 3 to 9 or 10. I'm starved now. I probably should eat now. Anyway, I don't know what to do. Let me take that off. Let's do Max Verstappen. So it's 3:14 and out of 4:32. So it's a minute and 18 seconds, I think. So let's finish Max Verstappen. I'm glad we watched it. Wait, whoop, 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 whoop. Stop screen. I didn't know I had to stop screen. Share stream, screen. Share stream, screen. I can't say the right word. And share. So that's it. So let me do full screen layout and then go off screen. And in 3, 2, 1, we got a minute and 18 seconds, I think.
One of the big storylines here in the United States is the retirement of American NFL quarterback Tom Brady, who played until he was 45. And I know you've said in the past that you might not be driving at the age of 40. You have aspirations outside of being a driver. Do you have interest in the future of maybe being a team principal, or what else would you like to explore?
Nothing in Formula One. Other kind of disciplines. You know, I like endurance racing, and you know, Formula One has been already a big part of my life. And the problem is that we are traveling so much, and it's getting more and more that I think at one point it's more important also to, well, basically to question yourself: what is it worth it to spend so much time away from family and friends by chasing more success? And I mean, I've already achieved everything I wanted in Formula One, so that's of course a big comfort as well to make these kind of decisions. But I know I have a contract until 2028. I'll be 31, still pretty young, but like I said, I also want to do different things in life.
You've said that you can't have fear in the car. Do you have any kind of irrational fears at home? A fear of spiders, a fear of black cats?
I mean, I don't mind the small spiders, but like the big hairy ones, snakes, I really don't like. Luckily, where I live in Monaco, it's not too bad. I also live high up, so it's okay.
Big hairy spiders and snakes. Amen. Let me see here. Remove from stream. And so anyway, that's the end of Max Verstappen. That was good to hear his voice. It was good to hear his perspective and stuff. Thank you, Liza Bell, for sending me that stuff. Oh my goodness, what do we do? I guess I need to stop and do the IndyCar stream. Now, I do get a little nervous when I stop, you know, although I can try the Twitter again. Keep testing on that Twitter. So now I'm wondering what the drivers or pilots think about their own crashes. Maybe finding crashes explained by drivers and pilots will be more politically correct. I have no idea what I've said about crashing, but I didn't mean to muffle them. I think I said I don't like crashes, but and I don't like that it's I don't mind showing crashes at all. I don't want old ones. I don't want Dale Sr. I mean, I bet you could find the video. You know, you can probably find the video of Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s final race, which is horrible but that's out there. You can type in that you want to see this and that and this and that. And, you know, people have been executed on, you know, Instagram Live, and you can still find that video. It's out there. You can do all those things. So it's kind of, so anyway, no, I'm not, I'm not opposed. Now, I if I had to just generally, so Liza Bell Jean says, I'm not very politically correct, but I will try my best. And you don't have to. I can, you can send me stuff and I can, try to edit it myself. The other thing is I just don't have the time to watch everything. So I might put something up prematurely and I might not always look at who it's published by. I will never knowingly put up a NASCAR, a video produced by NASCAR Incorporated, NASCAR themselves. And I'll never knowingly publish anything from NBC or Fox or FS1 or any of those things. So I don't always look. And then when you get the real small people, it's like, well, they'll probably get the most upset, So anyway, no, send all your stuff. Now, as far as your idea goes, and I have nothing to base this on, but I would imagine that drivers and pilots don't talk about their own crashes. Kind of like what they were saying with Max there at the end of, yeah, I know we've heard you say in the past you can't have fears on the track, but do you fear other things off the track like snakes and spiders? And he said those two. And that might have been kind of a joke. I mean, not really. I'm sure he really fears those. But I would bet that drivers they don't want to talk about their crashes. They don't want to acknowledge about it. They crash and they move on. As time goes by, more and more are getting married, more and more are becoming parents. They tend to want to drive less and they start retiring and stuff. So I bet they don't want that. I don't know what they'd say. They might say, next, what's the next question? They would just move on. So it's when you're there, you don't want to tap into your fears, because when you tap into your fears, then you're screwed. So, but anyway, yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you can, you can look and if they do talk about their own. So I remember watching his accident. I never thought it was that bad. He was not my favorite since he was top dog. Uh-oh, are you like me? You don't like the top dog? But I remember you crying. Yeah, I was not involved with NASCAR. I never saw it. I have seen the video. I have watched this video. And back then, his accident, very similar accidents like that happened 10 times a year. They were happening all the time. It was a minor accident. It was very minor. Now, I think he hit the wall at just the perfectly wrong angle. So I think that's, yes, remember crying. Yeah, I know. That's, it was a perfect storm. It ended up being the worst thing in the world. It was a perfect angle. But most analysts says he would be alive. I mean, I don't know about being alive today, but it's 22 years later, but he would be walking around on this earth if he wasn't too effing macho and if he put the Hans device on. So if he had put the Hans device on, he would have lived. But it was optional back then, and he was way too macho. That would never happen with him. He is not going to wear protective gear. So, but anyway, yeah, I mean, but yeah, I never, I mean, that's 2001. My story starts in 2007, which is only one race. And in 2008, when I started watching it on TV. So I was, 6 years after him dying. So you remember crying. Yeah, he hit the wall and someone hit him. Yeah, and the person that hit him, they stopped. They know each other, so they got out, and he spoke a little too quickly on the condition of Earnhardt, and so it kind of got out what his condition was. But they waited for a few hours to confirm it and stuff. But yeah, it's I've talked about it before on one of my last streams recently of my motorsport streams, and that Dale Earnhardt Sr. owned a team, Dale Earnhardt Racing or Incorporated, DEI, Dale Earnhardt Incorporated, I think. And he had 3 cars. He was driving one of his cars. Dale Earnhardt Jr. was driving another car, and Michael Waltrip was driving a third car. And Michael Waltrip was never a good driver, but he loved Dale Sr. and Dale Sr. loved him for some reason. He was goofy and inferior and goofy. He was goofy. So anyway, he was one of the 3 cars. Anyway, he wrecked on the last lap. And on the last lap, he was trying to block all cars except for the 2 of his cars that were in front. So he wanted Dale Jr. and Michael Waltrip to get first and second in the race. I don't think he cared. I mean, I'm sure he cared, but he didn't really care who got first and who got second. He was just blocking everybody else. So he was intentionally blocking them. You know, he was definitely intentionally blocking them. And it was just a perfect, it was horrible. You know, and Schneider, Ken Schrader is the car that hit him. And Ken Schrader was the first person to greet him at the car. And Ken, I think he had a microphone on for his radio. And so he said stuff and people were like, whoa, is that true? And then NASCAR shut down all the microphones, and then they had to wait 45 minutes before they told anybody anything. About 45 minutes. It was a long time, which is good. You know, you don't want to misreport, which is what Ken Schrader did. He didn't mean to. He felt bad, and he was Dale's friend, and Dale was his, you know, so he just spoke, and his microphone was a live microphone. So I'm sure he cussed too. So anyway, yeah, it was pretty intense. Michael Waltrip is a goof. He won the Daytona 5. That was in the Daytona 500. So Daytona, yeah, it was pretty wild. I mean, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So Michael Waltrip was not a good driver, but he happened to win the Daytona 500 twice because anybody can win the Daytona 500. So he won it twice. Anyway, he wrote a book. He wrote 2 books, but one of them is called In a Blink of an Eye. And that just means he had the best day in the life. Oh, but so anyway, Dale Sr. didn't care who won. Well, Michael Waltrip won, and Dale Jr., his son, got second. And Dale Sr. was on the way to get third, but he blocked and he wrecked, and no one passed him. So so when Michael Waltrip says in the blink of the eye, it was the greatest day in his life because that was the first race that he won. I think first race, and he was, you know, he won kind of like Sergio Perez that you said, Liza. You know, Michael Waltrip. I think he was the record. I think he won a race after 717 races, which is 20 years. You know, it's 35 races a year. So he took forever to win his first race. So in a blink of an eye, it was the greatest day of his life. And then he heard something happen to Dale. So he was in victory lane, and Dale Jr. was in victory lane to congratulate his team. And they don't do a podium, but for second place, you know, it's the same team. Well, anyway, they heard something happen. So they heard something happen. So they left victory lane. So Michael Waltrip never celebrated his win, which is okay. There was a death, but so that's what it is. In a blink of an eye, the greatest day of his life and the worst day of his life in the same thing. So anyway, you know, it's poor everybody. Poor Dale Jr. That's his father. His father blocked the other cars so he could win. Whoo, that's a lot to have on a son. That's a lot of heavy stuff to have on a son, for sure. Be Survivor, that's wild. Yeah, the whole thing is about. So in a blink of an eye is when life happens. Yeah, I mean, things can change at any time. We don't know how long any of us are going to be here, how long our loved ones are going to be here. You know, hug them tighter, sooner, man. Yeah, that's terrible. Yes, for the son, you know. And he wasn't a very good driver, too. He won a few more races, but not many. Dale Jr. was not a good driver. I didn't like him at all when I first started watching, but that's because he was miserable. You could see him race, and I'm like, he doesn't want to race. He's not like Dale Sr. He will never be like his father. No one is like their father, but he got a lot of pressure to be like his father, and he sucked. He was not any good. So I was like, quit. You have more money than God, be an owner. And he did ultimately quit, and then he started smiling, and then he got married, and then he started having kids, and then he got on Twitter, and I'm like, that's it. Now I love you because you're smiling. You care about it. But anyway, Junior was bad. And now, Liza, I would normally think you're cool enough to use the word bad as if it means good, but I can read. I believe you mean Junior was bad in that he was horrible. But like I said, Liza Beljean, I think you're cool enough to say bad, like he's a bad MFer. But I think I know what you mean. Yeah, he was horrible. So he got second, and his father blocked the cars. And, so anyway, it's just, By the way, I did happen to be at Walmart for one NASCAR race, like however many years ago. You can look it up. Junior won at Michigan. One of his 2 or 3 times of winning at Michigan, but one of 7 of his wins. He had no wins at all. Very few wins. But I was at Walmart, and one of my acquaintances that seemed to want to dig at me and NASCAR, and I tried to dig at them about NASCAR. And I just didn't like Junior because he was miserable. Don't do things, which is kind of hypocritical because I'm pretty miserable and I keep doing things that, anyway, that's hypocritical. But I was like, you're miserable. Quit. You're not like your father. Become an owner. And he's a fantastic owner. And drivers love him. And he's on TV. Junior is great. He's so cool. So anyway, I was at Walmart, and it was, the race was going to be in a couple hours. And he, every week they mention how many races he hasn't won. And so they're like, it's been 57 races since Junior won. So I was at Walmart, and I'm like, Jesus, why do you like him? Is he ever going to win? And they're like, well, we're just hopeful. Well, we all go home, and he won that race. And I'm like, oh my goodness, he finally won. But so anyway, he's a rock star. He's a great owner. His daughter, it's the other thing, which is sad, which kind of gets back to me being hypersensitive. And also, what's the other thing I say that I'm, the participation trophy and stuff. Most people in NASCAR, whether they've been around for 40 years or 20 years or 10 years, most people in NASCAR love Dale Earnhardt Jr. and think he's one of the greatest. Generally there's an argument of who's the greatest driver, Dale Earnhardt Sr., Richard Petty, or Jimmy Johnson. That's who people pretty argue about. I don't know what I think. I would say Jimmy Johnson because, anyway, there's reasons, but I could see arguments for all of them. So Dale Earnhardt, and plus Dale Earnhardt Jr. died. The other two are still alive. Anyway, everybody loves him. Everybody loves him. And Dale Jr. is his son. And Dale Sr., and this is fairly documented, Dale Sr. never hugged his kids, never told them he loved them, never gave them encouragement. Dale Jr. would win a race, and Dale Sr. would come into the winner's circle after he's won, many races, and he'd throw champagne on him like in a disgusting manner. And he was the worst father in the world, which there's plenty of lousy, horrible fathers. There's plenty of lousy, horrible fathers and mothers and sons and daughters, So anyway, this was on national TV. Everybody saw how horrible his dad was, but everybody's like, we love your dad. We love your dad. And he was like, okay. And he always speaks the truth. He's always honest. He won't lie. He won't fib. But back then he just abstained. He wouldn't say anything, but he's like, they're like, wow, what was it like to have Dale Sr. as your father? And he was like, abusive. He was abusive. He was abusive. Do Do you want another description for him? And they're like, no, but he was the greatest driver in the world. And, so anyway, I feel for Dale Jr. for sure. And, I always think I'm a victim, but he has probably worked through that. He's a phenomenal owner. He owns, he does so many things, and he supports things, and he sponsors things, and, he hires people, and he does a ton of stuff. He's so super cool. Anyway, his daughter, his sister, Kelly, is in the same company. One's the CEO and one's the president, and they're both really good. But same thing, Kelly, she's a girl, she's a woman, she's a female, and Dale Sr. never hugged her, never told her he loved him. And she's kind of honest. It's kind of weird because, Dale Sr. is this walking god for NASCAR. And I'm like, listen to their kids. So anyway, I got way off topic. So, so the IndyCar is coming up. Let me see what it says. So 150 to 240 is Indy NXT, which is Indy Next, I think. So Indy Next Practice 1. And that's on weird things that I don't have. It's like IndyCar.com, and you can it's not easy to do. But NTT IndyCar Series Practice 1 is from 3 to 4:15, but that's on Peacock. So I don't know how to do Peacock. Now I could probably do a live stream. But anyway, that's probably, I'd probably want to start 10 minutes early. So that's in about an hour. So I think I'm going to end here. Thank you very much for everybody being here. Feel free to come and go as you wish. I would love to have you in every stream. I'm doing way too many streams this weekend. It's very, very unreasonable for me to expect anyone to be at all of them or most of them or some of them. So I don't. But I would love it if everybody was at every single one of them. And I know many of you all are very loyal, but we get tired and we're not feeling well and we need to sleep. And yeah. I understand everything, Liza. I understand everything. I'm very aware of the world. I understand everything. I'm really smart. I'm really, really, really smart. I understand with the old guard, father hugging was not a thing. I get it. But he was the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst. Of the worst. But he was a god. That's my only point, is that for Dale Jr., his life was put on TV. So everybody loved his father, and he was like, don't you see how he's doing it? So be survivor. Okay, Joe, I'll keep an eye out for the next one. Liza, Sifa, we'll see you both later. Yeah, thank you, be survivor. This is 4 hours and 1 minute. LinkedIn just ended because it only can do 4 hours. So thank you so much for being here. But yeah, Liza, I don't know what, whatever. I'm just, whatever. I just have one perspective. I'm just one opinion and stuff. But and I'm effeminate. I think I'm effeminate. I like to support my children, and I like to support my ex-wife. I love my ex-wife. I love her. So I'm just, it's just, there's just too much negativity in this world. But, I was born in 1960. My father was 52 when I was born. He hugged me. He told me he loved me. He was born in 1908. 1908, my father was born. 1908. He hugged me. He told me he loved me. Not a ton, not often. He died when I was 18. It didn't happen forever. And I'm just one example. And I'm not saying it was a loving example. My childhood was fucked up. We had a lot of mental health challenges. And there's this one, I would love to do one stream about this one letter my dad wrote us, a 51-page letter that he wrote to his 9 children about why the family, anyway, I can get into it. It's a phenomenal thing. So I'm not saying my family's great, but poor Dale Jr., it was in living color. It was on cameras all over the place. Everybody loved his father. Phenomenal driver, horrible parent. So that's all I'm saying. And he, you know, again, it gets back to the bullying and being cocky and stuff. Dale Sr. probably wouldn't have been a great driver if he wasn't over-consumed with driving and forgot about his wife. He got married like 3 times and he had divorces. Very common. Tons of fathers get divorces and, you know, don't sleep in the same bed, you know, all that stuff. But I'm just saying, you know, this was, anyway, I'll drop it. But, okay. And what was that B Survivor? What did I say? Restless, irritable, and discontented. That's not original. I stole that from AA. But a lot of times I can find myself restless, irritable, and discontented. And, you know, there's halt, hungry, angry, lonely, tired, you know. So I'm hungry, I'm lonely, I'm angry, I'm tired, you know. So halt, you know, arrest your life. Do something positive for yourself. So anyway, okay. So thank you. As usual, I'm going to end broadcast, hit the button twice. I'm going to check my now 4 streams, but I'll check the 5 streams. I will delete the Twitter and resubmit, which I've already done it, but I'm going to go to the second Twitter next time and see if it can work. I still don't understand this Twitter. That's really frustrating me. But anyway, that's why I do StreamYards. I don't want to talk to YouTube the rest of my life. I want to talk to these 6 streams. I want to talk to all of them. So that's why I, you know, StreamYard is not a secret. My 6 platforms aren't a secret. I am sending to all of them. That's my plan. That's my purpose. So I need to address all of them. So anyway, thank you to Facebook profile, Facebook page, LinkedIn, although you're done by now, YouTube, no descriptor, YouTube, Twitch, don't understand you, but thank you. And then Twitter, can't figure out, there's problems. So I'm going to end broadcast twice. Look at those. Therefore, the comments will stick around for a little bit, and then I'll blah, 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 blah. So anyway, it starts at, it's from 3 to 4:15, but it's on Peacock, so I don't think I'm going to be even able to watch it. So I probably will schedule that for 250, which is now exactly less than an hour. So 59 minutes. Thereabouts. And, you know, show up when you can. You know, you don't have to show up at the beginning. So, okay. So I will end broadcast. Thank you, B Survivor. Thank you, Liza, with all the links and stuff. Thank you, Sifa, for telling us about the taco and your hubby. I'll let you say that. Ciao, everybody. Yes, thank you, everybody. So I'm going to end broadcast in 3, 2, 1. Now I have to hit it a second time. So I'm going to hit broadcast in 3, 2, 1.